What up? Give me a second. I think my timer was turned off. Oh yeah, it was. Look at that. I must have done that for Death Stranding 2. Back on. What do we do today? What is it, Wednesday? Yeah, it is. Middle of the week. Nothing special. Same as yesterday. More coin Dozer. Hopefully we can get some good progress in gamepad support today. We did make some good progress yesterday. It was frustrating, but we made some good progress. And I think today we can get really close to the end, if not to the end. But it depends. Exactly. Angel Piecer. How you doing? I don't even remember where I left off yesterday. There was one bug that I had to fix. Something with validity. I can re-trigger it. Let me re-trigger it. Load this up first. There we go. Let's re-trigger it. What did I do? Wasn't it with credit card? Because I was messing with that yesterday with the ATM, which we have to finish today. We have to finish the ATM. Get all that sorted out. Let's see. It must have been with the credit card. Two, three, four. Really? No, vitamin I just remember is the hardest to get in your diet, vitamin E. I only now realized it because I'm trying to eat better. Best way to get it is by eating almonds. Good thing is, almonds are pretty tasty. And I do get quite a few of them. Pretty cool though. I didn't know that. Only 8 coins? What the fuck is this? Where did my focus go? Kinda weird. Alright, let's see here. Minigame guess. The game box is good. The problem is that our buttons here kind of suck for hover and unhovered. We can fix that though by changing the tint. How's the other game doing? The one with the cameras? It is fine. It is just in the background. Kotspur needs to do some stuff in it, but he needs to finish up what he's doing to do that. So I was like, okay, well, I'll just finish up Coin Dozer because I need to do that anyway. And then you can jump in there when you have time, and then I'll jump in after you. So we're just kind of like rearranging the pieces of the puzzle. The moment I can get this out the door and onto Steam, that's one less project I need to worry about. Fewer projects. Hey, Wood Dragon. Let me just get the other buttons in too. Okay, steal money. This needs to be replaced. Let's delete this. Hold on, don't do that yet. Something like a week ago or so about the rest of the work being in their hands. Yeah, so if you're not on our Discord, I post some of that stuff in the announcements. Although I understand that it's kind of confusing. Just to see me go from game to game on a whim. Mainly, we don't want to like block each other. So we have our own projects that we're working on that we can kind of do on our own, or don't need each other's help for. But then the one that we want to do together and need each other's help for. So when that's needed, we kind of just fall back to the previous ones. That way we're always working on something, but never blocking each other completely. It's just fucked for DS4 Windows. We're going to be putting in Steam Input API into the game. I don't know how to do that. I might need Cutsper's help for that. But that way, you guys, when you play it on Steam, can just load it up and you're good to go. What do you think about the games being derivative of another? Do you think they should be classified as mods of their own game? Games being derivative of another. Do you have examples? This is the reward. This should be for steal money. ATM steal money. Example: Diablo, PoE, Heartbound, Earthbound, Clones, Counter-Strike, Half-Life 2 mod, DayZ, Arma 2 mod, Dota 2 is a mod. I think that all art is in some way or another derivative of other pieces of art, either one or multiple. You know, I can give a good example for Train Life. When I was designing it, I pulled inspiration from OpenTTD, a mobile game called, I don't remember the name of it. There was a mobile game though that I pulled from, and Euro Truck Sim. I mean, the game wasn't that, of course, but I used inspiration from those. We wanted it something as simple and easy to jump into as Euro Truck and relaxing. I wanted to pull the management from Chain of Goods from OpenTTD, and then the way that you move wagons back and forth from one factory to another from this mobile game. And obviously, to do that, I had to do a lot of design work because the game didn't exist, so I had to make it. But they're allowed to be their own game and not a mod of the existing game. No, I mean they're their own thing. You can't really say that Diablo created the ARPG genre, so now it's the only game of that genre that can exist, because any other game that's an ARPG is just basically Diablo, right? It's kind of it's reductive. It's butthurt when they advertise a game for mobile and you boot it up to not be what it's advertised. I really wish I could find that mobile game that I played. I do get some good inspiration from mobile games sometimes. Not a whole lot, but it just depends on what you play. Some Railways game. I swear it had like Railway in it or something. Might not even exist anymore. It wasn't Tiny Rails. But I played it because I was playing Tiny Rails. Which is a fun game. And very well made. I don't know, I'd have to look back in the GDD. Do you believe all games are a derivative of another in some way? I think all art. I don't think clone. I think clone is different. Clone is literally just copying. But I wouldn't say that PoE copy Diablo, right? I think PoE is so different from Diablo that they can stand on their own 2 feet. ATM. Actually, I think it's generic back to game. Oh, because we're replacing it. Yeah, hold on. It's not the nav text, is it though? Well, I think it is the nav text. Okay. You say that when they use their own engine, that's when it's not classified as mod anymore? Or how would you approach it? At what point it's no longer a mod of another game? It's not a mod of another game if it's playing within its own executable. That's really what it comes down to. Case honors. Running its own engine exe software that's 100% its own game. I mean, technically speaking. I mean, you could still argue that it's derivative, but it's not a mod because it's not modifying an original game. It is running its own executable, therefore it is pulling from its own code base in order to run the game from start to completion. Reward box is steal money. We would need to update focus every time player completes the minigame. I'm just curious how people draw the distinction for a lot of these games that used to be mods. Even PoE, apparently Chris Wilson and Jonathan were spotted on a Diablo mod forum by Crip. I mean, you're just pulling inspiration, right? So, yes, some things might, like even, I believe Stanley Parable started as a mod. Somebody correct me on that if I'm wrong. But at this point, now that it's running in its own executable, and it's become something a lot different than what it used to be, people can still argue that though if you make your own game engine was shaped by experiences, and you could have a game on that engine having similarities to even to another, even if it's not done on purpose. Yeah. That's in a way a lot of devs did start out as modders, which is no shame. I'm not criticizing them, just trying to understand better. I started as a modder. That's how I got into the game dev industry. I got my first job by modding a game. Darkest Dungeon, in fact. Show you the can? B Power energy drink. Hacker. I'm a hacker, guys. You can call me Thor. You suck, that's right. Your dad didn't complain, though. Not even a good start, to be fair. Teaches you a lot about their engine. It does. And you're building on top of somebody else's stuff, which can save you a lot of time and effort. You know, having to build your own games. So depending on what you're doing in the game industry, it's just a good way to test out how you would work when you have those other more experienced people making the core framework. You're losing the Pepsi sponsor. Well, I'm losing it anyway because I'm drinking generic Coca-Cola from a local store. Some people can argue, but again, like Raptor said, once the X uses your own, it's basically their own game. I don't know any. Maybe you've met some people that are saying that, oh, PoE is basically just a mod of Diablo 2. I don't know who's saying that, but I'm gonna imagine that their IQ is probably not longer than a single digit. So. Modding is fun, but you're not gonna get a lot of things from it. In fact, actually, yesterday I was helping somebody make a mod for Darkest Dungeon because my mod didn't do what they wanted, so I was like, well, I'll just make you a custom mod for it. They didn't want me to because they thought it was going to be like wasting my time. I'm like, 5 minutes, I can get you your mod. Not a big deal. Do people ever get generic jobs like game dev, or is it usually specific? It's usually specific. I mean, you might wear multiple hats, but you still have your responsibilities. You know, let's say that Microraptor Games, it wants to be like 4 people. I'll be game design, somebody else can be the art, somebody else can be the programming, and then we might have somebody for like sound and whatever. And then we would outsource if we needed or pull people in for contracted work. When did you decide to specialize, or was it natural? Playing Uncharted 1 was when I knew I wanted to be a game designer. That was the game that I played and was like, holy shit. I want to design this stuff. Certain elements are always going to be the same. Yeah, they are. I mean, you see that more and more too nowadays anyway. I mean, take a look at... Actually, I'll show you. Fuck it. I'm confident what I'm about to say being true. You can take a look at so many games interfaces. Let me see if I can get some UI interfaces here. And so many of them will look like each other. It's insane. And I'm not saying that these games are bad, but you can just tell when you see the design of something mimicking the design of so many other titles. And you feel like you've played a game that you're playing a game that you've already played before. I kind of miss stuff with style, with character that didn't try to be one of yet another endless number of games. Overly bright. Fucking colors. I think Diablo 4's itemization is a good example too of some of the dumbification. Programming front-end for UI UX sucks. It does. It really does. What I'm trying to kind of discuss about is the games looking similar or mimicking designs, and all games do this in some way, but they aren't classified as mods. So you might see with like user interfaces that there are you have people behind the scenes, right? You have UI designers, and they're going to pull from games, especially in larger companies where they want to appeal to a larger audience, from games that have been successful or accessible is even, I think, a better word to use here. And so you end up with all the games feeling similar because by design they're meant to feel similar, so that people who play game A, B, and C can jump into game D and not feel too overwhelmed by what they're seeing. But as you point out, the outcome of this is that the games just kind of feel, because Fortnite is popular, people are going to use Fortnite's UI design to make games that are similar to Fortnite, because then people can play it and feel like they know what they're doing in it. And ultimately what you end up with is games that have lost their unique UI feel. And I don't like that. I'm not a fan of that kind of outcome. Every ARPG is going to try and put some form of orbs down here or whatever. Radio menus. Hey, I designed a radio menu, so I'm guilty of this as well. I feel that's why Samsung changed their UI a few months ago. It's now more similar to the iPhone. It sucks ass. I have a Samsung phone. I have the new UI. I fucking hate it. Again, the orbs aren't exclusive to Diablo because even Ultima Online did it, which David Berwick drew inspiration from. It all leads back to somebody with an interesting idea, right? Or how many Souls-like games use the little D-pad down here? To be fair, I think Elden Ring actually is pretty damn great with making a stylized UI that is also simple to read. I think they learned a lot compared to Dark Souls about how to make a good blend between Western and Eastern UI design. It's not perfect, but it moves against the grain for Western games. And I think Elden Ring was their most accessible game to date, especially from a UX perspective. Good game. You'll really classify a mod of a game and another game being its own thing. We might have all different opinions, but I guess, like you said, obviously the engine being its own is a clear indication. I mean, it really comes down to, are you modifying a game? Or are you making your own game and it just happens to be very similar to this other game? Do I need another game in order to run your game? If so, it's a mod. Well, let's put it this way. Do I need another game to run your files? Yeah, and if it's standalone, if it's something that I don't, if I can just download your files and it's not somebody else's stuff, then it's your own game. It's weird, it doesn't pull focus away. Let me see what's going on behind the scenes with that. Hey Lepus, are you using Common UI? No. I got very angry at Common UI and then rage quit. Played Death Stranding 2 for a couple weeks and then I found a different solution. Yeah, it's keeping focus on that. What was the solution? It's a free plugin called UI Navigation. Let me grab it for you. And I find it a good middle ground. Ooh! Wait. New free stuff? Ooh. This is the one. And I've been really liking it so far. Although I think if I were a professional in the industry, I would still probably prefer to learn Common UI, but I'm not. I don't want to be. And I feel like this is a good middle ground. Coin Game came a long way, it did. Thanks mostly to Rex's work on it. Say for example I took fishing woodcutting from RuneScape as an idea, then they could call it a RuneScape clone if it was similar, and again, yeah, but it's like if you're making a skill-based RPG and you want to have some sort of, you know, like building, like what can you do? Name it Angler? It's like at the end of the day it's still the same thing, but it's not like RuneScape came up with the idea of being able to fish in water. So I don't know. And if the game is good, by the way, people aren't going to complain very much. Or they might even just say, it's like this game in all the right ways. Take a look at, like, Melvor Idol, right? Which was so like RuneScape and so well loved that the Jagex ended up buying the rights to the game to publish it. But it wasn't made by him, it was made by just some random, right? But it's essentially RuneScape in an idle game. Day by the beach. What is this? An environment? It is an environment. An island environment. Those are some nice photo scans. Pretty nice. What else we got? A sci-fi dog. Kotspur might like this. Instead of animations too. It does 25 animations for dogs. That's pretty cool. That's really nice. Because then you can make whatever dog you want and just retarget it. Medieval sewer dungeon. That's pretty nice looking. Some nice props. Kind of feels like playing Dark Souls or something. That's a nice pack. Cool beans. Look what they even tried to do with Schedule 1. Same shit they tried to call Drug Sim. I don't know what I'm talking about, how every game is a derivative. I think some games are a lot more derivative than others. Can I like reset user focus? Or like pull it away? I mean, I guess I can set input. I'd have to move it back to the main HUD. Unless I put it on something else. I do put it on the main HUD. Okay, I can fix that. Get main HUD appear. It's interesting what the different threshold is. I never thought about it personally. Out of curiosity, I wonder what this top level only looks like when there are children that are pending garbage collection. Very curious about how that looks behind the scenes. I'm gonna be honest, I think with Dragon that some people will be that reductive. You know, the same way that somebody will take a look at like some new AAA game coming out that, you know, clearly looks beautiful and say, oh, it looks like a PS3 game. There are people that will just do that. I think people like that just aren't worth engaging with because they've already entered the conversation in a dishonest way. They clearly can't apply nuance to their own criticisms. So if they can't even do that to their own arguments, there's no way in hell they're going to do that to your arguments. Or counter arguments. Raft of Exile? Raft of Exile? Isn't that that's a website? I use this site a lot when I play PoE to craft stuff. Also a game on Steam, okay. I use an X input controller. Have you already tried a PlayStation controller too? I am using a PS5 controller. It should work once we get Steam input enabled, but I don't have that enabled now, so I'm using DS4 Windows to switch it to X input. So there's literally a game called Craft of Exile. I don't see it on Steam. Here's some some life advice that I personally am very bad at following. Don't engage with anybody who has entered an argument in a dishonest way. This is why I hate debate clubs. Maybe it was my debate club in high school that rubbed me the wrong way, because all they focused on was how quickly can you speak? How many arguments can you say in the time that you have allotted? Because if you say more arguments than the other person has time to debunk, then you've won, because then you can say that they didn't address it. Like, holy shit, you're teaching kids to just talk about things in the least friendly, least productive way possible. I would rather spend 2 hours debating in a nuanced way one single topic than spend 20 minutes talking about 10 topics in a brief overview way. Should be there. If you can find it, you can just send a link in chat. Here's the thing, if I click off of... It's like I've lost navigation. What do I have bound to? Oh. That was the error that I needed to fix today. Just by doing a validity check. Hold on a second, I was mashing buttons. I don't know what I pressed to call that. I need to double check that. Wasn't on Steam yet, and they do describe it as a mod. Oh, Craft to Exile. Well, I mean, this is a mod, right? This is Minecraft, so... Like, it might be a new game, or like a, you know, an overhaul mod in some extent, and it looks pretty fucking cool. But it is a mod because it's built on top of Minecraft. So that is 100% a mod. Very impressive mod, though. Teach people to accept lies or half-truths without deep critical thinking. Yeah, I don't know. Like, I thought it was cool because I would learn some ways to, you know, to debate, to talk in a nuanced way, and all that it taught me was that the teacher was an asshole, and all he cared about was teaching people that the more number of arguments that they could say within a short amount of time, it would overwhelm their opponent to the point where they wouldn't be able to counter all of those points. And all of like the debate club meetings that they had between different schools were literally just this. I feel like this wasn't winning people over. It was who could say the most number of things in the shortest amount of time. That was it. Could they make their own similar game with that and their own engine and not be mod? Yes. If you're educated enough, those fast debate tricks don't work. I don't even know if it's about education necessarily. I mean, you could be right. I'm just, you know, we're just spitballing here. It felt like no matter what your IQ is, which I don't like IQ as a topic, but whatever your IQ is, I would never want to talk to somebody like this. I wouldn't see them as intelligent. I would see them as knowledgeable, maybe. I don't know, I wouldn't want to talk to somebody like that who just entered. You know, if I said, hey, you know, what do you think about this war, you know, that's going on? And they just start listing off point after point after point, and if I don't rebut any of those points, they think that they've won. Like, what? Can we just talk? Can we just... Why does everything have to be winning or losing? Even though it looks like Minecraft and the name is clearly taken from Path of Exile, it'd still be its own game. Technically, yes. It might, you know, the art style might be derivative, or the voxelized engine might be derivative, but it is still technically its own game. I mean, how many people take a look at a game like Terraria and say, oh, it's like 2D Minecraft? If anybody who's played Terraria knows, it is nothing like 2D Minecraft. But that is what people will draw the distinction of, because they see, oh, you're mining blocks and crafting items. Yes, you mine and craft in Terraria, but a hell of a lot more than that. I mean, people would take a look at a game like Starbound too, and say, oh, this is just Terraria in space. Like, well, in some ways, sure, but it is its own thing. I would agree, but I'm saying those people that give those fast debates usually give the same arguments after, like, a few, and you can see where they are going, and most people that are low IQ give the same arguments over and over again and try to claim it as their own argument. Oh, I see what you mean. Looking back at that debate club now, I feel like that was one of the most dangerous things in my high school for kids, was teaching them that every time you want to argue with somebody about a topic, it is a win-lose scenario, and the trick to winning is to overwhelm your opponent with the number of arguments and not really thinking about the substance behind them or the meaning behind them. Like, either something is factually true or it is factually untrue, and it's like, this is what you want to raise kids thinking, is that there's no such thing as shaking hands and saying, you know, we just disagree on this, or even better yet, philosophical debates, which I think are some of the key ones that you should have when you're talking about, like, humanity and our struggles as humans. I don't think there is a right or wrong answer. Failing to update focus because there is no valid ATM pop-up. Why are we wanting to pull an ATM pop-up? Why does that even matter in this game? What was that meant to fix? Oh, because it's pulling the focus away from the ATM mini. Okay, I just need to put in a more... another if statement. Fuck me. It's not the cleanest coded, I'm gonna be honest. Brain fart. I agree, every topic leads to philosophical in every study. Go to any wiki page and link a different hyperlink and keep doing that 10-15 times, and every time you will land on a philosophical page. Or you could play the the wiki game. Where you have 3 clicks to try to get back to Hitler. How do you get a random wiki page? Random Wikipedia pages. Moderate current coalition. How can I get to Hitler in 3 or fewer clicks? I mean, I'm sure that I could probably find something from Egypt, right? Did Hitler do anything in Egypt? I mean, if I can get to Egypt, I can probably find Germany, and if I can find Germany, it's over. But I kind of wonder if Islam is better. Maybe not. That's political parties in Egypt. Politics of Egypt. I'm sure one of these, like, these parties probably would be a good way to get to Hitler. Well, this will take me directly to Egypt. And from here we can just do a quick search. Yeah, I mean... well, that's taking me to some other thing. We need a link to Germany. Germany. Easy. Well, now you can look up Twitter. Now you can look up X on Wikipedia, and you can probably find Hitler pretty quickly, seeing what Grok did recently. So I'm married to a Polish woman, right? I've been to Auschwitz. She thought it was really funny that Grok was calling himself Mega Hitler. I don't know why people were so offended. I'm like, it's just a fucking AI. Imagine the picture of him gets you canceled. That would be funny. You wanted to understand better since I'm building my own game that does have inspiration or elements from other games, of course. Don't feel bad. Don't feel bad about your game taking inspiration. I think any reasonable artist out there is going to say that if you take inspiration from their game, they're going to be flattered. How you doing, Kenji's? This is really awkward. I don't want to talk about this function. I'm gonna be real. I'm just taking inspiration from Pirate Software's coding, okay? Those screenshots aren't real, by the way, right? Of him doing, like, massive if statements? Because, like, this is egregious, right? This is absurd. This is at least reasonable. But this is... for real? Yeah, but he wasn't doing it, like, as a meme, right? You know that guy's voice isn't even his? What? Huh? Hey, Black Knight. Why is that not making the... Did I not hook that up properly? They reverse engineered his game and looked at the actual code. It's 100% legit how he done it. What? But like this. What is the purpose of this? This isn't real, right? This is just kind of like a meme. Like, I don't really want to go too big into this rabbit hole. But there's no way that this is real. Like, you don't even have to be a good coder to just say, okay, what is your purpose? You want to find, I don't know, there are 5 randomly generated IP addresses that are hackers, let's say. Okay, just store them in an array and just check if the number is in the array. Couldn't be. I don't see it as being real. Like, he has like thousands of people watching him. Nobody would see that and say there has to be a better way to do this. What if the whole thing is rage bait? Could be. Some girl interviewed him and everyone heard his real voice. What? It wasn't like just a voice crack or something? If his game works, performs reasonably well, and is fun for some people, who gives a shit? Nobody gives a shit. But that is still... Because he's like teaching people to code, right? At least when I make this, I point at it and say, this is stupid. Don't do this. There's a better way to do this. Like, I'm doing this because I don't give a shit, and if it works, I don't have to touch it again. Clearly, it could not work, in which case I have to refactor. Does he actually teach people to... I think he acts like he is teaching indie developers, and clearly people have said, oh, I watched him, I learned how to code by watching him. I don't know if I want to watch a whole video though, Blue Dragon. Is there specifically a timestamp for that specific instance? And what the purpose of it was? What the fuck is this? Oh, he's keeping track of choices. Why is he doing it in an integer array? Or even, this might be a Boolean array. No, it's an integer array. Because he has 0, 1, 2. I would argue that that's not too terrible. There is a better way to do it, but, well, I mean, for his game is about making choices. I probably would do it in the right way. Because if you have, I don't know, because look at this, there's like 200 of these, right? And if you're just keeping track of yes, no, fair enough. Fair enough, I could see doing like a Boolean array or whatever. But when you have like 200, I would make something a little bit more complex. I would just make a custom structure. ChatGPT is really helpful. Why? Well, I've been stuck about the game design aspect of how I should implement the core town management, as I didn't know where to start, so what I did was explain to ChatGPT a detailed description of how the game works, basically getting it to make a checklist of all the in-between steps and thought-out guide. I mean, sometimes it's good. To me, ChatGPT is no better than like a junior designer. but it can help you with thinking, and I think that's a really good use of AI. Saw some of that video on this guy doesn't work in games and cities. Some books like Design Patterns. That's why he is qualified to speak on this. Don't buy it. If the code works for the team, I'm not really going to complain too much. Here is the truth, though. And I'm going to paraphrase what I have heard from a really prominent, well-known code architect. Everything you make in your game, you are creating debt that at some point in the future you will probably have to pay back. So implementing something in a poor way creates that debt, and if you need to refactor, that is you repaying that debt. So if this works and I never need to touch it again, it is what it is. If this doesn't work and I need to touch it again, arguably, if I'd done it right in the first place, it would be better structured and I would have saved more time in the long run. And I think that when you code, when you make games, you are choosing what you want to make scalable and what you don't want to make scalable. If I'm making a story-driven game like Colden Chronicles was, by the way, and I have choices that get saved, and I want to have more nuance than just true or false, I need to think of a better way to store this. And that is one of the things that we learned with Colden Chronicles, because we were storing choices true or false, and this worked 99% of the time. So I could script the exceptions, or I could come back on vertical slice build and refactor that to a structure. You pile into this because it's a way to get views on YouTube. The sleaziest pirate, I agree. But I do think that, I don't know what the IP thing was, like is a hacker, is not a hacker. But it looked weird. It looked like that might not be a great way to do it. And it wouldn't take a genius to fix that. I don't know. Look, here's branch, if statement, if statement, if statement, if statement, if statement. This is bad. Don't do this. There's a million better ways to do this. Don't be me. This is okay. I have 3 cases. I know I'm going to have 3 cases. I will never have more than 3 cases. This is fine. If I have more than 3 cases or I want to expand it, yes, I could just use an enum. But whatever. But I'll tell you guys when I'm doing something that I think is fine, and other times when I think it's not fine. And I don't know if he does the same thing, but at least I can say that I do that. It's not only whether the code works, you gotta future-proof things. Sometimes, often, code will indirectly affect the ability to implement the new feature. This is true. You're always creating debt. What was I trying to fix? Oh, my helper wasn't popping up. Why is that? Because the button isn't working. Why is the button not working? I have the ATM context. Base button top. Ignore those nanite problems. Those will be fixed. Isn't the Undertale code famously bad? Yes. Yep, same with Balatro. That's why I wouldn't trust people who say to write perfect code. There's a middle ground. There's a middle ground and it requires nuance. If you spend so much time writing your game that you are constantly going over your code to try and perfect it and never getting your game out, you're not doing it correctly. And vice versa, if you're writing such bad code that you keep hitting walls because you've written yourself into corner after corner after corner, that's also a bad spot to be in. There is a middle ground. Code the rules, script the exceptions. Spend the time making scalable, making clean what needs to be clean and scalable. Script the exceptions, put in a branch if you need to handle a case or two. It's fine. It's okay. Just know you might at some point have to repay that debt. So I'm not saying write perfect code. Write perfectly what needs to be perfect. Throw in dirtily what needs to be dirty. Using if statements is not bad. Throwing something on event tick isn't bad. The world isn't gonna end. Is something else pulling the... No, this is the only place that we reference this. I think. I don't think anything else is aiding it. Weird. Chisla. Weird. Moobot, don't talk about system break. That's not what we're working on. You crazy bot. You bitch. If your game works, your game works. Am I a good programmer? No. Will it be enough to get this game shipped? Yes. Was Colden Chronicles prototype perfectly coded? No. Did it have very many bugs? Actually, not really, no. It was pretty smooth for what it was. Thanks for the resub, Chisla. I don't know why Stream Elements didn't pop up with that. Did you guys see the pop-up or hear it? That was weird. Well, that's weird. I didn't even see it pop up. The bot is in my chat. Okay. Alert box 1080. I don't fucking know. I don't know. I'll worry about that later. Hey, Insight, how was Death Stranding 2? It was very fun. I really liked it. I really, really, really liked it. Maybe I'm removing the mapping context? Let's tick and find out. Get player, controller, enhanced input player subsystem, has mapping context, ATM, print. I do have it. You think you'll be able to do a GDD explanation? I'm still trying to explain my concept well enough to get useful feedback. Well, here's a GDD, and this is not even a great one. I'm not really happy with what I made here, but a lot of the contents are, I think, very fine here. A GDD should go through everything that you would have with what your game is, to some extent in a granular way. For simpler games, you might put low-level documentation into the GDD. Others, you might have complementary documents that act as the low level while your GDD stays high level, which is mainly what Golden Chronicles' GDD was meant to be. It's going to be big, especially if you have a more complex game. I would recommend not trying to shove it all into one document. Like I said here, if you have a big game like Golden Chronicles was, keep your GDD high level, and then use separate documents to, I don't know, let's grab a feature here. Farming. You would have a separate document specifically for farming, or specifically for writing tasks. And then you would, you know, link those to your team when they need it, or provide an easy way for them to find all that stuff. When doing game dev and coming across bugs that you might fix, might not have noticed before, do you advise fixing any bugs immediately or only fixing high priority bugs? I'm gonna be honest. I prefer fixing bugs first, because then I know that the code that I'm building on top of is bug free, and if a new bug is created, it's likely in something new that I made. But I prefer that. But there's a different way of developing for each studio. I like feature, bug fix, and then moving on like that. The bug is in the feature you are actively working on. Share, fix the thing. I do it either way. But this is because we intend to implement a zero bug policy, which is a separate way of making software, where you put bugs on highest priority, especially if they affect the player experience, and work on features after that. And then delete the bugs that really don't matter at all. There's a couple of really good explanations of this methodology. All bugs are defects, but not all defects are bugs. Content actually starts really small, as you know. My core selling is competitive PvP in a very niche market, like Souls-like players or Fortnite junkies, and if you remember, my selling points was cosmetics personalization. Difficult, that is still profitable. Yeah, but if you're gonna make a GDD, then you need to go in really, really low level detail. Get granular about how that competition and how that fighting takes place. Like, you can't solve that in a one-pager, right? Or better yet, make like a presentation. Make a chart that shows where your game sits compared to games that have PvP but aren't as competitive versus ones that are. I have the mapping context. Why does this not fire? Is it the wrong input action? Gamepad face button top. It's the right one. Oops. It could be getting eaten by the menus, but the menus is getting, I know it's getting eaten by the menu. I need to set it as a higher priority. That's all I need to do. And have it consume, which I think it should by default consume. That would be the problem. Plan getting the opinion of real swords choreographers to get the opinion of offensive and defensive swordplay. It's gonna be hard, expensive, but it's worth doing. I mean, I would take a look at games like For Honor or Kingdom Come Deliverance that have tried to implement real sword combat into their games and see where they have succeeded and failed. How much money and time was spent on doing this, because most likely if you want to do that better or similar, you're going to be spending the same amount of money and the same amount of time. And I'm going to bet that For Honor and Kingdom Come both needed dozens of people to help get this resolved, especially like with animations. And 3Cs, honestly. 3Cs and animations are going to be pretty big for doing good real sword combat. At least if you're going first person. If you're going third person, then it's going to be primarily animations and a little bit of 3Cs, mostly in controls. Even just putting it at 1 should fix it. If it consumes. Hey Sonars, weren't you here before? Imagine if there were a very generous billionaire that made a malware that finds the person's bank account, logs in, and gives the infected user 10K and leaves a desktop notification of the reverse hack to tell the user about the money they received. You know, to be fair, for what it's worth, Charlie, Penguin Zero, does do money giveaway streams quite often. Where he just has a form you fill out, you say what you need money for, how much you need, and he just goes through and gives people money if he feels like what they've asked for is reasonable. Get funding for Colden Chronicles. Oh yeah, let me just ask for a couple $1 million. I'm sure that's reasonable. And I think the ATM... The ATM minigame should be mostly okay. Let's see here. I've lost my ability to navigate. I think it's because of my mouse position. No. Something else has screwed it up. It's so weird. And now it's back. What if someone forgets their PIN? Okay, so this isn't your PIN. This is you are getting credit cards of other people, and you have to guess their PIN in like a mastermind type game. So when you press guess, it will show you. Although right now my input is messed up, and I'm trying to figure out why. And I have no clue. Oh, irrelevant at the moment. You're preparing to apply for the Mega Grant, but I'm slowly realizing very little to show. Seems they do accept concepts. I'm gonna be honest, they are not giving out money very much right now. It's worth to try, but there are people with way better projects than even Colden Chronicles was, like way better, and they got refused. They ain't giving out shit these days. Mr. Programmer can show me tangible books for a fake persona who claims to have 20 years of experience. I mean, here's the reality, like, some of that stuff, I don't know. I don't know him. I don't know. I've never talked to Thor. He always kind of seemed like he had this, like, guru persona. And was talking about very surface level things, so it didn't really apply to me. You know, it was like, I think it's an easy, he kind of like trapped in people who were new to game dev and wanted to learn about game dev but didn't know very much. But ultimately his knowledge of the industry is in some cases very surface level. I didn't assume you talked to a Norse. No, it wasn't the Norse god Thor. Although he would be pretty cool to talk to. Where am I losing focus? Right there. Why? Let me guess, it's because of the mess that I created. What? It's weird, it's like I wasn't stepping through. Yeah, but the moment the moment I send that back, I'm updating focus again. Bind event to new input device, update focus, and it should be sending it back here. Yes, we're at the ATM. Device should not be keyboard and mouse. Wait, I might have messed up here. I'm doing an is not empty when I should be checking if it is empty. Or not. Oh no, that is correct. Amazing what GPU overclocking can do. I wasn't allowed to do it on my dad's PC since he thought it was unsafe as doing CPU overclocking. The only reason I wouldn't overclock is because you'd be wearing down the device a lot more. I never needed to overclock my GPU either. I mean, I don't know if I've been attacked by Pirate Software's army. To be honest, most of the comments that I've gotten because of Stop Killing Games have been people who are on the side of Stop Killing Games and don't like that I'm trying to provide a little bit of nuance. Are you a Christian? No. But I was raised as a Lutheran, so I'm Protestant. But nowadays I haven't needed a... That's random. You'd be surprised what we get in here. We get all types of random questions. Big long stick looking thing in the top left right corner. The drones will come. I don't know what they would come for. What I've been saying? Are you a furry? No. Okay, what's your answer? No, I was raised as a Lutheran, as a Protestant, but nowadays I just don't see a need for religion in my life. But I'm not atheist or agnostic if you want to apply a label to it. I build my own set of values, but I build them around Judeo-Christian values. Let's put it that way. Like the Ten Commandments, fine with me. You know, don't kill people, respect, love. You didn't offend me with your prayer, by the way, Kool-Aid. You absolutely did not. What you said in Discord was nice. You wished me good things. How would anybody be offended with that? Oh, it's not even, it's just moving my mouse. You got your prayer deleted from 3 servers? For anybody who's not aware, Kool-Aid wrote a really nice prayer in our Discord. There was nothing offensive about it. There was nothing mean about it. It was literally just wishing me well, wishing everybody well, and happiness and good things. Getting that deleted? Man, fuck those people. That's dumb. You want to be wished well as well. That's a good thing, I don't know. No, you'd be so pissed if there wasn't anything after death. Hey. Fair enough. Yeah, take care, Black Knight. Talk to you later, man. I think, you know, when I was young, because I grew up as a Lutheran, and Protestantism, by the way, is like, if you live in maybe a country like Poland here, it's very like Orthodox, right? It's very hardcore. But if you live in like you know, the US, there's a lot of Protestantism, and Lutheranism is very chill. Like you might even find sects of Lutheranism that are okay with like gay marriage and stuff, even though it says you can't do that in the Bible or whatever. So I grew up in, let's say, just a very relaxed view of Christianity that a lot of the rest of the world doesn't see. And then as like a teenager, I was a bit rebellious, so I was like, I'm atheist, right? There is no God. Death is just infinite blackness. And then as I grew older, I just realized, well, I'm not atheist. I'm not religious. I don't like extremism, but I have nothing wrong with people going to religion to seek meaning, to seek community, to if the set of values that you're building your life around are, you know, love and peace, we're gonna get along just fine. I don't care what religion you are. I like the idea of an afterlife, not the concept of a deity. That's pretty cool. Yeah, I think that's pretty fair. That's switching. I'm jumping through my nodes here. Just like, wait, never mind. Keyboard and mouse so we don't remove focus. But that's where it breaks. And that's fine, because we can use mouse and keyboard for this, no problem. But then the moment I... through that... we should be setting user focus on B up 1. Huh. I don't know. Technically it looks right. But take care, Kool-Aid. And don't feel if wishing people, you know, with if you're religious, wishing people good things in their life, happiness, love, luck. I don't see anybody. I don't know. People who ban that from their Discord are extreme, if you ask me. You don't have to share somebody's religion to just say thank you. You didn't come into my Discord and say I hope you die and you're a horrible person. I wonder if that's just not the right thing to do there. Let me go to the bathroom. I'm gonna figure out why that's happening. Who knows? Who knows? Here be. Looked up for honors complexity, and it's actually very complex. Yes, it is, especially compared to mine. According to ChatGPT, it would take at least a team of 6 to 10. 6 months. Do you think a studio on RevShare would be interested with a perfect GDD? Do you have a perfect GDD? And I'm gonna be honest, getting good people who know what they're doing via RevShare is harder than winning the jackpot. What's your thoughts on my above message? Which one? I envy people who can faithfully believe in a god. I have crippling anxiety about nothingness after death. I wish I could have full faith in after. Do you mean that one? 6 months of people knew what they're doing, no issues arose, and the design didn't change, something which never happens. This is true too. Especially if you're trying to make something new, you're gonna have to go through a lot of iteration. Like, it's core tier game, you're gonna have to go through a lot of iteration. And then you can make a great feeling system of combat, but the rest of your game doesn't really play out. Then all you have is a game with cool combat and nothing else worth mentioning. And you're making an MMO. Like, you're gonna need a lot of money for this shit. I think religion is just one of those things that we will never know the answer if there is a god or gods, or if there is an afterlife. We will never know. Never. So, to say that there is for sure one or there isn't one is... I think approaching the topic from the wrong point of view. And I think that religion is often misused by people within those religions as a way to control and extort. Not all the time. Not every... It's not like the moment you say, yes, I'm religious, you are controlling or being controlled, or extorting or being extorted. It's just, it's a, you know, it's a way of thinking that gets people very emotional and passionate, and therefore it can be exploited. Kind of like politics. Incorrect according to Death Stranding. I mean, is setting the focus on that button not what we should be doing? Should we set it on, like, the box itself? We can't set user focus on the horizontal box. I mean, so weird. For some reason your face is very familiar face. I think I'm generic white male. Like, when you start up any game and they're like, create your own character, all I have to do is press accept. Like, oh, it's perfect, it's me. Better body, more muscles than me, but you know, the face is fine. Simultaneously memorable, but also forgettable. Ignore that. You're the actor of Baby Driver. Are you the baby? Are you John Driver? Or John Baby? Something here has to be the one that we want. I don't know what. We're just gonna start typing in some random shit and see what works. Clearly not that. Not that either. Like, it's running the same code there, so why is that? Like, I can't navigate right now, and it's almost acting as if the button is continually pressed. Fucking hate. Gamepad support. This is not relevant. This should not be the problem here. It's something else. It works just fine right now. And I run the same script to set the initial user focus. Player can press up and down, ain't no thing. All I have to do is move the mouse. Which should do technically nothing to the focus. And you can see I can still press and navigate. From the moment I press a button, it re-triggers the update focus function, which should switch focus to B up 1. It does. But now I cannot navigate. And all I can do is click a button that continually thinks it's already being held down. I don't know why. We open up the ATM pop-up, and when we close it, we run update focus. We're at the ATM, true. Device, if gamepad. Is the widget open? Are we still at the ATM? Game box visible, true. We're in the same thing. This won't be a free game. This will cost, but it'll be very cheap. Panel widget. Just want to debug. No, Starbound, you smelled correctly, sir. Chucklefish was very nice to give me permission to put their music on in the background. All I have to do is occasionally say, why Starbound? And I will say that because I think it's a pretty fun game. Panel widget. I don't know. I mean, what if I just don't run focus on that change? What if we just don't bind it? Magically, it somehow doesn't have that problem, so telling it to focus. Oh, but now I've lost focus. I'm just so tired of this. Can you understand now why I needed to do some of this stuff off screen? I really can't with this gamepad sport. It might be more frustrating than Fluid Flux, and Fluid Flux was 2 weeks of absolute torture. I have Vietnam flashbacks about Fluid Flux. Yeah, that was... Do we know what days I was working on Fluid Flux? That's my personal account. You can see all the VTubers I watch. That's kind of cringe. Let me fix that. You didn't see anything! No, I'm not. I'm not too embarrassed by what I watch. Oh no, I watch CoffeeZilla, Asmin, and Smugglana. Or like half my viewers. Most VTubers have insanely huge. I'm not actually a big fan of big tits, but that's a topic we don't need to have on stream. Or was I dealing with Fluid Flux? Get the beach ball. Oh yeah, we had Fluid Flux. Day 125. Back when my camera was like riding my face. Oh my god, look at the sunlight too. Jesus. It's Spoon! Look at Spoon. What a cute boy. Oh yeah, we did have fluid flux at this point. Wow. We did fluid flux a lot earlier than I thought. Huh. I have 159 views on day 116. Let me guess, was it other people trying to watch me figure out how to use fluid flux? I think so. God damn, dude, that was so annoying. I didn't even want to be on screen. I'm just hiding here. Okay, so the reason that that used to happen is because I had my webcam taped to a box. And sometimes the tape would start falling off and the camera would angle itself upwards. And so it would just kind of end up with me looking like slowly my face would just sink underneath the screen. it was not good. Now I bought a tripod. Now that shit don't move. That was good. Okay, this code is still being a bitch and sometimes returning the wrong thing. So we will need to fix that. Professional streamer. Why does that just sometimes not work? This is from one of the Might and Magic games. Good song. Yeah, we just need to do a validity check here. I don't like this. I'm gonna rewrite this. Set input mode. Otherwise, I might just move this to a function to avoid the spaghetti. If I add it to my viewport, it should just automatically do it, right? Oh, I was creating the widget. Okay. That's awkward. That's really fucking... Yeah. Pretty ugly looking. Just want to grab this credit card, see if it all works fine. No, my focus initially was not great on that. I had to open up the helper for it. So I probably don't call the initial focus when we switch camera. I can fix that. At least no errors here. It's ugly, but it fixed the problem. I should have like a setup minigame function instead of widget. Reset minigame. Let's just reset though. Generate random pin. When will we be able to develop a Gamba addiction with Dozer? I would like to have the game out. My initial goal was end of this month. I don't think that's gonna happen. So I guess we'll just move it to end of next month. I don't think the localization will take very long to come in, but we might have to do some refactoring of UI panels to accomplish that. 3D is finished, 2D has not been touched really, so we need to put all the UI, but I think I'm going to do the UI in a very simple way. I'm not going to try to use too much art for it, we'll just keep it, we'll try to keep it clean. Sounds and music are in progress. I have to review some of them this week so that we can get iterations done on them. But then we're pretty much feature complete. And we'll have the UI done, we'll have gamepad support done, all the sounds. I'll have to take screenshots. I gotta get this store page set up. So I think end of next month is pretty realistic. I gotta spend some money on the store page though, and I probably won't start with all of the languages that we have in the game right now. I'll focus on the ones that are most likely to provide a return, and then we can always add additional languages after that. If they don't need new fonts, adding new languages is, you know, snap of the fingers here. That's how easy it is. And then just do a little bit of LQA, no problem. So end of next month would be my goal, as long as we don't run into any problems. You're still playing with web dev? Imagine that's a hell of a lot easier than doing gamepad support, so I'm pretty jealous. I'm just spamming some buttons right now, trying to cause issues. The goal is to make some money with this game to help fund our other games. So I don't, if Dozer makes a couple $1,000, good enough for me. I can do a lot with that. Hey, Hignier, sorry. Tell me how to pronounce your name. Can I ask you something about Java? Yes, but I probably cannot answer something about Java. We might have a Java developer in chat, I don't know, so feel free to ask it. But I do not know Java. I know Minecraft was made in Java. Oh, I need to make achievements too. So there might, oh, that was weird. I might need to do some additional work with the game too. We want to add trading cards, which I would like to, then we need to outsource art for that. So it's possible end of August for release of Dozer, but if I want to put a little bit more effort into it, which would be worth doing, then I might try to source out those additional things. Yeah, I definitely cannot answer that one. That is way beyond my scope of knowledge. I mean, you could like, Google it or ask AI, see if it can pull out some sources. There is a 0. 4, 5, 6, 7. There's a 5. The other two must be 8 and 9. Ah, 25 coins is pretty good. And 1 gold bar. I'll take it. Someone called the play. Who was the name on the ATM? It's crazy. I have like 2 databases full of 10,000 names just for the first and last name generator. It's so unnecessary. I don't know what the chances are that you would see the same name twice, but it's pretty low. Holy shit, that's so many poker chips. It'd be funny if you could get arrested if you try to steal from the ATM. I'm out of coins. Oh, that was nice. We got a coin roll. I just kind of spam the button. There's something like around here that it almost looks like they get stuck on. And I don't know if it's like, you know, mesh geometry or something else. We'll have to look into that. I definitely know in the startup widget we need to make sure that the player can scroll through that, because right now they cannot. And I think what I did was I just made a separate context for the escape menu. Let me do it this way. IA scroll. And this needs to have it's right thumbstick, Y axis, hold and release. Right thumbstick, Y axis, hold and release. Roll. Game info box. Make that a variable. On construct, add mapping context. Remove mapping context. I cannot scroll because I don't have focus, I think. It's weird. We have to give it input, maybe? No. Potentially, if we tell it that it hasn't been handled, that could be the fix. I doubt it, though. No. Not pulling anything here. But now it is. Hmm. Because like the game is paused, right? I mean, it shouldn't be. Hmm. It works here just fine. But I think it's because we're setting focus on the scroll box itself. Although it's weird because we can do it here. Hmm. Can maybe this not receive focus or something? This one is not focusable. Are the ones in the escape menu focusable? Is this my mistake? It is set to focusable. Yeah, like we're just setting focus to itself, not even to the button. Oh no, we are setting it to the button. Let me just out of curiosity try doing this. See what happens. Still nothing. It might be because the game is paused. What was the reason that I paused the game? It was because the focus could be pulled away if you obtained a collectible. What I could do instead is... stop the pusher. And then start the pusher. Preventing it from dropping any coins until you've selected that. I was doing that for testing. Don't need those. So now we can scroll it. Okay, that's weird. So you can't scroll if the game is paused. And was that actually working? Can't see the pusher. It should be. Let me grab the main HUD here. Or not. Startup widget. Did I crash the engine? Oh no, there it is. Oh, that didn't work. Oh, that's weird. Why? Maybe I'm starting the pusher after the level. Yeah. Let me just do that. Okay, now it's not moving. That'll work. Oh, there were a lot of problems on restart. Oh, fuck. That's weird. It shouldn't be... Oh, I'd have to just manually start the pusher. The hell? Where's the pusher? Huh? It's really awkward. Like, it's finding the right one, isn't it? Unless this isn't the right one. It's possible. Oh my god, what the hell? Nothing's working. Like, I have no mapping context, but that's probably due to the lack of startup. Hmm. It's always something, isn't it? It's always something breaking. Alright, I mean, doing a manual garbage collect at the start of the level is not a big deal anyway. Fine with keeping that. What is weird is that start pusher does not seem to zoom. Oh, it's just not even working on restart at all. Huh. It's weird. Everything else about the table is working fine. It's even running too. Is the cached location wrong? That's very different from when you restart the level. Which is weird because I even do a delay. Where is it? Okay. Arm pusher? Somehow ignoring the caching, or... I mean, the caching is clearly fucking up. So I gotta do it. Why is this the only thing that's just over there? Are we... When we're resetting... It's resetting the entire level. It's reopening the level. The world location of the pusher should not in any way be there. And we don't start until we have cached. As far as I know. It should say cache start. Oh fuck. If it wasn't printing false, where did I put that? Get out of here. Cache start. Cache is printing first, so it is caching it and then starting it. Is it doing it wrong? Fine here. Start cache start. I fucked it up. Of course I fucked it up. Who's surprised? The inputs are also fucked up too on restart. I mean, we can worry about restart after we have the rest of the game working with inputs. The big thing that we have left is the gallery. The gallery is a little bit annoying, but I have an idea for it. It's not going to be pretty, but my idea is that we highlight section. If you're on gamepad, you highlight sections, and as long as you click, it's going to grab anything, collect anything in that section. So it's going to be even easier to play on gamepad, arguably. Well, not necessarily. Some parts of it will be easier, some parts of it will be harder. But I'm going to have to create some custom navigation to move between these boxes in real world, which likely I'm just going to give them indices, and based on which index you're in, we hard code the movement between them. That's about it. It's not going to be anything special from there. That's my thought, at least. But give me a couple minutes. Go to the bathroom. I'm gonna eat a fucking cookie when I come back too. I deserve it. No, I won't. I won't eat a cookie. Sorry, chat. I had to poop. Getting full down there. Don't worry. I washed my my hands. I washed my feet. I washed my mouth. We're all good. Ooh, we got some Endless Legend soundtrack to come back to. No, I don't wash my ass. Your ass is supposed to be dirty, so I don't wash that. If you wipe, you know, it wastes paper. So I just let it dry and then flake off naturally. Perfect way to do it. Just always take a no wiper. I try to maintain a very healthy amount of dehydration so that every poop I have is quite firm, and therefore I never have diarrhea. And in fact, the moment that I try to go sober is when I start drinking more water and am less dehydrated, and my poops become less firm because of that. So you can shit rocks, exactly. And corn kernels. I would eat one of these cookies. The problem is these cookies are pretty calorie dense. They're kind of shit cookie. The problem is they're too big. I can't fit them in my mouth. So I have to bite off part of them. But biting off part of them means that I get lots of crumbs. I like cookies that you can fit in your entire mouth so that you never have crumbs. I try to be efficient that way. For people that don't wash ass in the shower, though, that is gross. I take a shower every day, and I wash everywhere, every day. Not great for my skin, but I don't smell bad. I'll tell you that. We do have a gallery interact. This was kind of broken though, the gallery interact, if I remember correctly. I mean, it's fine here. I wonder if it's just when switching from gamepad and back. No. Weird. Not happening anymore. I'll pretend that's a good thing. Oh, now it is. Okay, what triggered that? Opening up one of these menus did that. I wonder if it's the mouse capture mode. Let's test that. Now it's like when I click, the mouse cursor goes away and then I can't do anything with it. Oop, sorry. It's odd. Make sure to fart extra loud and hard every day so the poop dust can make it into European public transport seats. Nice. Quick vibe check from chat. We all agree that the lack of release of Epstein files is fucked up, right? Like nobody's saying that that's okay. Want to make sure. And we all know why they're not released. Here's my, okay, tinfoil hat time. Tinfoil hat. My tinfoil hat theory. This is gonna be crazy, okay? It's gonna get me banned on Twitch probably. At some point, I think Epstein was working for some government intelligence agency to lure wealthy and powerful people to his island and build up a list in which they could use to blackmail those wealthy and powerful people, and none of them want this released. And I think that they got to him first, essentially, in order to get that list back to prevent being blackmailed, which means nobody really wants the list released. But the Democrats did a really awesome thing, because I bet that there are a number of them on that list too. They made it look publicly like they wanted the list released, knowing that the Republicans would never do it because nobody wants that list released. But now they look like the good guys, and the Republicans look like the bad guys, when they're probably all to some extent complicit. I think he's on it. I would bet that if what Trump says is true and the Democrats made it, which is not true by the way, then they wouldn't want it released, and the Republicans would want it to be released, but they don't want it to be released. Nothing adds up, and all I get the feeling is that there are powerful enough people on all sides of the political aisle that are on that, and nobody wants it released. You're on the Epstein files, you were a victim. Hey, there were over 1,000 victims who are now not getting justice. God, dude, it's so fucked up. What a bunch of retards. I don't know why my mouse cursor is getting poofed back. That only happens at this table, right? So when I press anything? No, it's only when I press the face buttons. So I think it's trying to change. Yeah, but when I switch to the gallery, I shouldn't have the menus available. None of the menus can be opened here anyway. I think pretty much I think politicians all over the place are on that list. And somebody has it. Somebody has that info. And I 100% they're using it to blackmail, because if the list is real and it gets released, the blackmail falls through. They can't use it to pull the strings behind the scenes anymore. So nobody wants it released who has the power. Nobody wants it. The only people that want it to release are people who are not on that list. Or people who might be on the list but want to posture as if they aren't on the list by saying they want it released. But it's never coming out. That's the reality. It's never coming out, and whoever has it is not going to make copies of it. The sad reality is it's never going to happen. I mean, if the government's stability relies on the fact that a list of pedophiles not get released, then perhaps it should topple to some extent. But I agree, they do have golden parachutes. Flight logs are public info, yeah. I mean, the Black Book was public info too. Now, that's not to say that people in his contact book were, went to the island. But at least one of those people on that list did. And I would bet quite a few of them did. But it is never going to come out. You gave birth to him? He was daddy? Sorry, I was spacing out there pretty hardcore. Yeah, we removed the mapping context. So those just shouldn't be consumed at all. Wonder why they are. It's weird. Prince Andrew was there a lot. Like I said, I think that politicians on all sides of the aisle were there. There's so many inconsistencies with the story that number one, this is dumb. The Democrats didn't manufacture the info, but if they did, and Trump was on there, they would have released it. If the Republicans had it and Trump wasn't on there, they would have released it. Like, literally none of this adds up. Well, I mean, it's a little sus, number one, that this guy was getting paid hundreds of millions of bucks by big elites for tax advice, even though he never had a degree. True. What? Dozering menus context is getting added. The Kidnap force you to rap to Eminem. And if I missed a word, I would die. Sounds like the plot for an anime. You guys watching anything from this anime season? Out of curiosity? You've been watching nothing but Gundam for the last 6 months, goddamn. They watch TV, only watch YouTube and Twitch. Well, you can, you know, sail the 7 seas for your anime. I'm thinking the only reason why it's not listed because it would ruin a lot of big business's reputation and hurt the American economy is my only theory. But I think it should still come out. I think that yes, like it would hurt US pretty hard. But I mean, if people like Prince Andrew are on it, then it's affecting global politics. And if there are enough Republicans and Democrats on that list, is it not evidence that there might be a deep state? You know, I get called crazy for saying that I think that politics is kind of a show, and beneath it there are people that are just trying to obtain money and power they don't care who gets involved because it's all part of the establishment. And this might be one of the best examples yet that there is that establishment. Okay, it's still happening though, but it's good that we don't have the menu here. What? Oh, we were skipping over that. Okay, I got that fixed. Okay, it's a little weird because the startup widget. The startup widget is providing us with those mapping contexts, but it's not really doing so properly. I really should have set up a separate function for handling the mapping context. They're all over the place. That's my bad. Actually, there might be capable people in the intelligence agencies if there isn't already. Stuff that's released that makes them look like jokes is probably just a smokescreen to each other. I think it could be. I think modern politics, at least in some of the bigger countries, is just, like you said, a smokescreen. Like, the more emotional and extreme we get as, like, citizens, the more we make those crazy voting, so they just want to... They just want to lead us on with information that we bite at in order for us to vote for them. And if they can control the narrative, then they can control us. Not all of us, but the majority of people. Let's see here. It could work off of that route. When the player's on gamepad, we need to... Let me take a screenshot. I'm thinking this will be the simplest way to make it. I would literally just hard code whichever one we have selected based on the directional input with the input mapping context. Literally, if you are at 7 and you press up, you go to 2. If you're at 7 and you press right, you go to 8. 6. Like, that's it. I don't really want to make it more complicated than that. I could make it more properly, sure, but at the same time, I would spend a lot more time doing that for no reason. At least my NVIDIA card isn't the only one doing that. Why does it always pop up on applications? Oh, the shadow play? I think you can turn off that pop-up. Okay. Thank you for updating the application. I appreciate that. You can probably just turn these off, and then you're good to go. I solved a problem that wasn't even in my game. What a waste of my time. Do I want to do this with like a data table or... I could. It's kind of stupid, but it works. Let's do an enum. E gallery nav directions. There's probably already an enum with this, but I'll just make another one. Up, down, left, right. Make a new data table. Okay, we'll use the row name as the integer of the one we're on. I know, ftext to integer, kind of cringe, but it works. Hey Mosta, just tuning in. Well, it's nice to meet you. It's going well. Gamepad support is totally fine and doesn't cause me any problems or any anger at all. No, it's horrible. We're making progress, but it is slow and it's very obnoxious. Not a fan. What am I trying to do here? Pitch my game. This is actually a very small game. This was a small little game jam game that we made and decided to make it into something full. So by all means, please tell me about your game. This is just a coin pusher game with a little ATM hacking mini game and a little coin gallery shooting, whatever. Nothing important, nothing big. Like the visuals? Well, I will send those, that appreciation to the artist. Yeah, I don't need the enum here, I just need the 4 integers. Up index, down index, left index, right index. We'll need 10 rows. And the row names. Do I want to do it like that, or do we want to just... Let me think here. I don't even need to do the row names. Because if I can just get all data table rows, I'll just grab the index. So as long as we get it in order, we're good. And again, this is not pretty. It's not really the proper way to do it. But it is going to be the simplest. And we'll draw it out. 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Alright, so this first one is Index 0. I'll set -1 so that we can tell it to stop. So up is stop, down is 5, left is stop, right is 1. These are all stop actually because they're on the top row. Up to 4. Six, 7, 8, 9. Cheese Quest, a mouse's first day in Mouse Mage Academy. I love it. Learns magic on his first day and is on his way to fight the Chester Cat Spirit, who's plaguing the academy with cat monsters. Binding of Isaac and Enter the Gungeon with Magic Cheese. Well, those are both very good games that I have played and really enjoy. I like it. I think if you can make the combat good, give it enough replayability, you have no problem. Left index 0. One, 2, 3. Oops, hold on, messed that up. You're 5 days, wait, you've only been coding for 5 days? Or are you 5 years old? I'm just kidding. By the way, pro tip for Twitch, never say your age in Twitch. Because if you type, I'm 12 years old, and somebody reports you, they will ban you. Kind of wild. Take a part in the Shovel Jam. I've never heard of that jam. Shovel Jam. Hosted by Shovel. That's pretty cool. There's a prize of $100. That's really awesome. Seeing the timer just made me shit bricks. Sorry about that. Here's the thing. Here's the really cool thing about game jams. Don't work yourself to the bone. It's better that you don't burn out because then you'll start hating what you're doing. And you can always finish a game after the jam. So maybe you don't win, maybe you don't finish it, maybe you fuck something up. Who cares? We made our own game jam here. And after 5 days, we were able to make this original build. This was only on stream. It was about how many hours total of work? Maybe like 40 hours of work. And we thought that it was so fun, why not just get it finished? Give it some proper visuals, get it up on Steam, have some fun with it. So I was pretty happy with how that turned out. Doing it after work, so it's all right. If I don't finish it, don't mind. Awesome. That's the best mentality to have with it. You're working with your wife. Oh, that's really awesome. You're an architect pixel artist, and she's a fine arts student. That's crazy. That's really cool, though. Are you working in Unity, Unreal, Godot? What's your poison? You started streaming your journey. Well, I can tell you what, I've been streaming my game dev stuff, and it's been really nice. None of these. What are you working in? 5 up, 0. Game Maker? Hey, never let anybody disparage Game Maker. You want to know what was made in Game Maker? How many copies did this sell? Exactly. There's no wrong engine. And thank you for the follow. I'll give you one too since you're streaming. Down is stop. People will always, I think there are people that will tell you, you should use this engine, you should use this. You're not a real coder if you use this engine. If you can make your game and it runs fine, and there aren't really many bugs, then you've made a good game. As simple as that. Doesn't matter what engine you use. Whether it's your own engine, whether it's something else. Do you want to know something weird? Payday, the heist. The first Payday game was made in something called the Diesel engine, which was a engine pretty much made as a tech demo engine for NVIDIA. It wasn't really even a proper game engine. And guess what? Nobody cares, because the game is fun. I don't know what Powder Software is using for his. Left index at 5 is null. Five, 7, 6, 8. Oh, you're not disturbing. My overall velocity while streaming is better because I get distracted less than if I don't stream. So even if you guys just want to like talk and chat about events, totally fine with me. We love talking about game dev, gaming. When did you start streaming? October... Let me find that out for you. I don't remember the first day. I really gotta remove Cauldron Chronicles from there. October 21st, 2023. We started working on our first game, Cauldron Chronicles. We weren't successful in pitching it though. To build up a team, unfortunately. How do I make my stream into a VOD? Do I have to record it? So if you have, are you using like OBS? Out of curiosity? Hey Stream Chef, it matters if you try to make something that goes against the principles of what the engine provides. Try to pick an engine that aligns. Yeah, that's fair. That's a good way to put it. Like some engines are better at certain things. But from like a game design perspective, there is no wrong engine. Unless you want to argue that to make technical things, you should consider the engine's capabilities, which plays into the game design, which... Okay, surface level, it doesn't matter. If you're using OBS... Let me pull it up here on my screen. You have your stream settings here, right? If you go into recording, you can select... There's a couple things. First off, I would select... Where do you set the streaming code? Hold on. Do standard and select your stream encoder. That'll be the easiest to start with. And then you can make sure that when you start streaming, you also start recording, which I think is in here. automatically record when streaming. And that way when you press stream, you'll start recording as well. Make sure though when you do save the stream for recording, set the container to MKV, which is somewhere around here. Because otherwise, if the MP4 stops or gets corrupted, the entire file is corrupt, but MKV, it can have a spot and it'll be fine. It'll save it on your PC somewhere, yeah. So the simplest thing that I would recommend is just set your recording path, MKV, stream encoder, you're good to go. And then you can just upload that directly to YouTube afterwards. You need it to get uploaded automatically. Uploading automatically might be a little bit more challenging. But you can kind of do it easily, so set up one video the way that you want. And then in YouTube Studio, what you can do is upload a video, select your file. Just, I don't know, whatever this is. I'm not going to upload it anyway. And then reuse the details from the previous day. And then you can just update from there. And that makes it really fast. Yeah, you can multi-stream too. That's true. About Twitch uploading it automatically on Twitch. Twitch will save the VOD automatically, but delete them after 2 weeks. And Twitch also does not anymore allow for saving VODs as the meter tracks your channel's storage capacity for highlights and uploads, limited to 100 hours per channel. Past VODs and clips do not count against the limit, but past VODs will get deleted after 2 weeks automatically anyway. Gotta clear out some space. If you can, I know they're, if you have the money, it's not really a given these days. Just buy like a 1 terabyte external, upload them, and then you can delete them after they're uploaded if you need to. Because once they're up on YouTube, you can just re-download them again from YouTube Studio and do modifications from there if you want to. There's an anime made on Adobe Flash. That's pretty funny. Last question, last answer. Go for it. How do we want... We can visualize it with an arrow for now, I suppose. I wonder if I could just do the math on these. How long are these? Are they not equal? 191, 1991, so that's almost 1,000. Almost a meter. Then this one is... almost looks longer. Like a button I have to click for Twitch to save my VODs because it's not showing up on my page. They might be automatically hidden. Yeah, so Stream Chef is right. So there is something in the settings to automatically do them. I'll press this button. Store past broadcasts. And that's just in your regular stream settings. 7 days for normal people, 14 for affiliate, and then 2 months for partners. Pretty crazy. And then you can set auto-publish VODs too. Yeah, if you have auto publish on, it will automatically do it once you go offline. And then anybody should have access to them. Yeah, definitely what Stream Chef is saying is 100% right. I play, you know, you kind of have to do a little bit of trial and error, but I try to find music that won't get me strikes, even if it gets claims. I don't care about claims. Or muted audio on Twitch, because they're all up on YouTube anyway. But strikes, those are another thing. Usually what they'll do is they'll just block your video instead of doing channel strikes. But you never know, and better safe than sorry. I mean, I could apply like an outline material or an overlay material on the meshes themselves. In which case I should make these into blueprints and then give the meshes an index. I suppose that could be done. Do I have a good overlay material though? There should be a way to do it. What would happen if I get claimed or copyrighted? I know if there's three strikes. So there's kind of like two separate instances, and then there's within one of them there's a distinction. Let me show you. Twitch is a little bit more finicky about it. Linicky. YouTube is pretty chill. So you might have a case like this. I was playing Death Stranding, and we had about a lot of claims, but they don't restrict my content because I don't monetize my content. But there is one here that does restrict my video from being seen in certain territories. In Russia specifically, so whatever. This is not a strike. This is okay. This just means that people in Russia can't watch it, but I also don't monetize, so it doesn't matter. If you monetize, these could matter because it means that you won't get money for that video. In other cases, you might, like these, they say copyright, but this is just, these are just claims. And again, because I don't monetize, it doesn't matter to me. So it just depends. Like, are you trying to start up your channel to gain a lot of money? If so, you should try to find music that doesn't get any copyright claims or strikes completely. If you don't care about monetization, copyright claims, who cares? On Twitch, usually they're not gonna like block your music live. It's just that the VODs are not going to have audio in some cases. So you might click on like one of our videos here and you'll see little red lines. They're kind of hard to see. Though that's where audio is muted because one of the songs in there has been claimed. So they muted out of safety. But you could watch my VOD on YouTube of this stream and you would be able to hear those. So because Twitch, like I said, Twitch is more finicky than YouTube. So Twitch is going to mute something sometimes for no reason, and people watching on Twitch are going to get fucked at watching the VOD, not the live stream. If you split the music track, yes, that would help. The thing is that then people on your YouTube won't be able to hear it, so it could be a little awkward, but that's your choice. I just put it all onto YouTube anyway. I have a playlist on Spotify for streaming that I've carefully curated to select music that will not get me copyright strikes or blocks. That was a bit frustrating to do. So. But it is available if you want my streaming playlist for any reason. These are all songs that I know for sure will not get blocks. Where's my overlay material? That won't actually render though, right? Doesn't a material have to specifically be set as an overlay material in order for it to work? I kind of forget. But we can make one. Maybe that'll be the smart way to do it. I can send it. There are some songs that I had to download like off of KH Insider because they're like for old game soundtracks. But if you're curious about any of them, I can always grab them. Mostly like Might and Magic, Heroes of Might and Magic, some Morrowind stuff because for some reason Morrowind OST isn't on Spotify. A couple of extended like Witcher 3 songs. Ask it to show how to split the track correctly. Yes. I have never done it myself. So keep in mind that I might not know how to do it properly. On the desktop audio, when you record, you can select the track that it goes to. So in your case, you might just do a desktop capture, no audio, and then you would capture Spotify separately, and you would send Spotify, let's say, that to track 2, right? When you stream, you select your audio tracks for the stream, or you select one. Wait, do I have it the other way around? Wait, there's the Twitch VOD. That's the VOD track for Twitch, though. But the recording track, you could then select the audio tracks to show. So you would just select 1 and not 2, because 2 would be your Spotify. You'd have to play around with it. I think for the Spotify, you would do just 1, and the desktop would be for both. Like I said, I've never actually done it, so I might be wrong about that. You could do like a display capture, but then just either mute the audio and capture that separately. But I think just doing a... Well, no, because you can just tell it not to capture audio, right? Or I thought you could, maybe not. You have to play around with it a bit. Oh, sorry, Insight. Yeah, I missed that. AI generate choreography with a video to demonstrate what I want to see and hire professionals for my GDD and have my LLC. I think you're putting the cart before the horse in some cases. You're gonna have to prototype some of it yourself. It's gonna be really hard to find people. I mean, if you're hiring somebody to work on your GDD, like, you can always hire me. That's what I do. I do game design. Let me try making an overlay material. See how it looks. I don't remember if you had to do something specific for an overlay material. V5 overlay material. Been a while since I used one of these. Surface masked on two-sided. Oh, and just plug into the base. Alright, let me try it. Yeah, no problem. Enjoy your lurk. And if you have any questions, feel free to ask them. Like I said, I don't mind asking questions. My velocity with feature creation and work on my game is better when I am engaged with it. You guys help a lot with that. Two-sided sign input data? Okay, interesting. 1 minus. Gonna multiply. Parameter. Outline intensity. Poof that into the opacity mask. Line width. And that's the world position offset. Let's see how that works. I spend money, not necessarily burn it. I just know it would take months for me to make anything like a prototype. 95 followers left to the 24-hour stream. That is true. You know what would be really cool if we could get that done by the time that Metal Gear Solid Delta comes out, because we could do a 24-hour Metal Gear Solid Delta stream. And that's in about a month and a half. After playing Death Stranding 2, though, I lost a lot of my concurrent viewers. I don't care. It was worth it. It was a fun game. Don't see it. Let me try it on like a sphere. Oh, I do see it. I think. Oh. Okay. Hey, Dev. I didn't watch any, I admit. No, that's fine. Like, so when I play games, I don't play to build up my stream or anything. I play to primarily because I want to play the game. And I often like time my breaks from game dev by playing a game. That way I get to relax a bit, unwind, work in the background, plan some things out, and then we can jump back into the game. Did you hear about the controversy with Subnautica 2? Yes, but I don't know much of the detail. That's really weird. So why doesn't the outline material work with this? They were promised a $250 million contract if they had a revenue goal in 2025 and got fired before the game could be launched. Like I said, I've seen that the information about that is still coming out, so I don't want to voice my opinion until I see the rest of it. If I speak, I am in trouble. I don't want to be in trouble, so I do not speak. Are there perchance multiple materials on here? No. I do not know enough about materials or meshes to know why that doesn't work on that mesh. Didn't you actually say something along the lines of if the publisher can fire you, that's bad in the past few days? I'm talking about publisher in general. I don't think so. I don't recall, but then again, I do not remember what I did 2 days ago. And certainly not beyond that. Is it maybe just because the mesh is like a weird shape? It's a fucking rectangle. I don't think that's weird. I mean, the publisher can, by the way, publishers can always fire you. When you get a publishing deal, you are the person that they're contracting you to build the game. They can fuck you over at any point. And what you hope is that they have sunken cost fallacy and they feel like it's better to finish paying you to finalize the game than it would be to fire you and have you pay them back. Usually you have a recoup cost. What am I trying to do? I'm trying to have an overlay material on this mesh, and it doesn't work here. And I don't really know why. Because it works for these. But not for these. I don't even know what an overlay material is, no worries. We're working in 5.3 though. Did you guys do a version lock on 5.3? It's a bit of a shame because there's so many good improvements from 5.4 to 5.6. Especially for like Nanite and Lumen. But maybe you aren't using them. Well, I don't have to use... Okay, there's an alternative for that. Potentially. I have no idea if this will work. Probably not the right way to do it either. Oh. Yeah, it's actually Kind of cool. It's not what I wanted, but it's oddly mesmerizing. Okay, don't look at the mesmerizing cube. Not hard luck, but we have a lot of custom stuff. Yeah. I get you. I get it. I did a lot of custom changes on Colden Chronicles that I could not update past 5.4. It was my mistake too. There was a better way that I could have done that, and I didn't do it. Oh. Yeah, that's exactly what my problem was. Dream Chef is I didn't decouple that. I didn't know any better. Now I do though. Okay, this is not gonna work. Out of curiosity, it's not lighting up the corners. But it did when the mesh had corners? Learning. Hey, learning is good. Spoiler alert, I don't know pretty much anything about materials. So by typing random things in, I'm hoping that something will work. Shader math is just so wild to me. I don't want it only on the corners, on the edges. I don't know how to achieve that though. Man, I don't fucking know what I'm doing. It's kind of cool though. I love that effect. It'd be really cool for like a building mode. Or some like sim game or something. But probably still coal line traces though. You're still hitting the mesh. You're not really hiding the face, you're just making it not appear. I don't know. I don't know what I'm doing. Alright, well if the overlay material, at least for now, is not going to suffice, then maybe I can make like a volume. Let's see, volume material UE5. Need like a... just something. Not volumetric clouds. Is it possible that there's a reason why that's not working for some reason? Oh, don't work with nanite? That could be the reason. I was going to disable nanite and all this stuff anyway. Could be, could be, could be. We don't need nanite in this project. That was the reason. And I get it a bit thicker. It is offsetting the... That doesn't look right. It's supposed to be like line thickness, but it's... kind of just like moving it outwards. It's not really making it thicker, it's doing an offset, which would make sense because it is plugged into world position offset. Hey August, thanks for the raid, man. Sorry, I had this over my other window. Are you tired? I kind of do want it to appear in the front though. It currently is, and I wonder if it's because of the... Your game is running on a crawl? What is it, unoptimized? You're making that mobile stuff, right? Get inside of it. Oh, you're back to the ghost game? What are you, it's running at a crawl? Kinda weird, isn't it? How do I get this on the outside of the mesh? I mean, I could just change the texture. To be fair, I could just change element 0 when we hover over it. That's my backup solution. Oh, super dense forest. It's not right at a crawl. Could just wait for nanite foliage. We're back to square one with this. No lumen, no nanite. Have to get pretty hardcore with your hold distances then, I think. Your LODs. They could just make it opaque, I suppose. God, that looks horrible. This looks so bad. It's kind of transparent. The opacity has to be really low, though. I don't really know why. That might be the reason. But the emissive color helped because then you don't have that shit fucking up. How does China do it? Man, I wish I knew. I agree though. Wow, that is really finicky. Surface translucent unlit material. You modify the opacity by the tiniest bit. Hmm. It wouldn't be bad if I could just have it showing up on the outsides. Let me try to figure it out. UE5 material border. Fresnel highlight, surface orientation. Don't work well. Large portion of the model either facing towards or away from the camera. Oh boy, these are really in depth. Oh my god. Hey, Kenji's. Gotcha, billions. I mean, yeah, having money does help, doesn't it? That is for sure true. This doesn't look good. I don't hate the idea, I hate the execution. I mean, alternatively, I could take one of these and just give it some see-through material. Only problem is I think that these panels are actually of different widths. No, they're all $17.99 width, so maybe it's okay. I could just math this. It's doable. Genshin is actually just impressive. Like, you know, I can get upset about some of its gacha mechanics, but Genshin is, from a game standpoint, it's actually very impressive how well it runs and how fun some of the systems are with it. It's a good game. I don't know how hardcore, though, Genshin goes with its shadows on mobile. I dribbled. Uh-oh. That's okay. Hmm. Okay, let me try this. I don't really know a better way to make. So for the moment, does it need to just be like lower in value? To not emit so much? Oh yeah, that does help a little bit. Withering Waves is built in UE. So Genshin was made in Unity. I don't know about Withering Waves. But rebuilding the rendering pipeline sounds like the smart move. It'd help, but I think making it just lit instead of, or unlit instead of lit would be smart. Some not horrible though. Transparency is still ass. What is a Fresnel? What is a Fresnel? Oh yeah, okay, thanks. That helps a lot. Yeah, appreciate that. Yeah, we're going to Fresno. I want to. I don't know what I want to do. I actually don't know. I want a circle. Wait, I don't want a texture sample. I want just a. No, I do want a texture. What the fuck are these? Oh, they're part of UI navigation. Okay. What the hell? Glints? Why are there a million of these glints? What the hell is it? What the fuck? Do these get built with the engine every time I build my game? Why would I want that? Okay, here's what I need to do. Maybe some of you guys who know what you're talking about can help me. It doesn't even need to look good. It just needs to look. Okay, here's our rectangular mesh. I now want I want that. It doesn't have to look great. Should I start with like a mask? Should I just get a circle mask? Could try a Fresnel. Okay, I don't know how the Fresnel works. Could you explain it to me? Calculates a fall off based on the dot product of the surface normal and the direction of the camera. That's so crazy. I don't know what that means. There's a Fresnel function. There is... The Fresnel is used to Fresnel things that need to be Fresneled. Oh, is that how it works, Agent Sausage? This is a dot. It made it black. Isn't that cool? Look, if I plug it in here, it's red. I have a sphere. Yeah, this will be on a rectangle. It's not like perfectly cube-ish, but it is rectangular. Bro. Ooh. That was a spicy one. Fuck's a Fresnel? I think the S in Fresnel is... No. Fresnel? What is it, French? Those bastards. See, this is kind of what I want. And then just with like a darker central area. What kind of material is this though? Surface translucent default lit, though I can't see if he changes that. Doesn't look like it. Okay, oh, fuck it. Let me try it. Multiply. Surface translucent default lit. We multiply. Okay, so we just plug the Fresnel in directly. Fresnel, sorry. Ugh. And then do another mult. Times 50. I see something kind of green. Oh, because my opacity is. Okay, I see green with lighter green. Did he modify the default values in that? I don't see him doing it. Not yet, at least. He multiplied. Oh, that's also. Wait. That's base. This is hooked up to the emissive. Okay. I'll make sure we get that right. And then the Fresnel itself directly plugged into the opacity. Fresnel. Oh! Oh. Oh. Yeah, see, a lot of this shit is so easy if you just know shader math, and I do not know shader math. That's kind of cool. It doesn't really look good for this, though. Out of curiosity, let me try the overlay material. It's just too bright. Or doesn't work very well for like cubes and shit. It looks so good for the sphere. Cubes, it's ass though, or rectangle, sorry. It's weird because it looks more cut out in the center here. Hmm. Hey, Vintage. Hey, Vintage. Did you enjoy DS2? I did enjoy DS2. I thought it was a very fun game. Really enjoyed playing it. I can't click on it now. I can't like click on the sphere. Oh. Yeah, the Fresnel does not work great. That's so weird. It doesn't even act like that though. I can try messing around with things. Hmm. Well, that didn't help. That didn't help. That definitely didn't help. Go back. Go back. Oh. Okay. Yeah, you can do links. You can absolutely do links. It's default cube. Interesting. Interesting. How do you know so much about this? This looks like black magic to me. Just a proper degen. Hey, everybody's got their specialization, right? I've heard a lot of people say the stuff that I do as a game designer is like black magic to them. And then they just drop shit like this, and I'm like, how the fuck do you... What is a length? What is a round? I know the math terms, but how does this apply to colors? Being a little bit facetious, but... The point stands. What is the material you set up here? Or is this just... Do you just want me to plug this into the emissive? Texture coordinate. Texture... Coordinate. Do emote. Batu. Subby. Why do you have to subtract 1? How do you know that you have to subtract 1? That's so crazy. Oh! Want to smooth the gradient? Just remove the round and use the power to control it. Oh, I see. I see. It worked, but I had no idea what I was doing. Dude, that's me. That's me when I have to touch materials. Wait, what am I? Wait, what the fuck? Oh, saturate. I don't know what I was typing in. It looks the same to me, but I assume there's a reason for it. And just lurk between the... I assume it's not liking it because it is not equal distance with the sides, right? So if we can fix that, it's golden. UV might not favor this. Is there any way that we can pull in the UV from... Like, I don't care if it's squished, by the way, either. I don't need it to be, like, looking perfect. Squished is fine. I mean, I guess I could probably just modify the tiling, right? Could, like, hard code it. I don't know if that would work out. While you're busy, I'll just type in some random stuff and see if it helps. Just muck around with the multiply and subtract. Oh, oops. Oh, whoops. It looks like an egg. Perfect jumping off point for a conversation. Hard to visualize. Unmirror you. Your mom's an unmirror. What does the subtract do in this case? I don't know. I tried 10 and I tried negative 10. Oh. Oh. It moves it. But it's kind of like diagonal. I'm trying to find the center of the cube UV faces, but it's a bit limited to just a perfect unwrapped cube from it. Oh. Interesting. Yeah, because I can like move it diagonally and shit. What am I trying to get the material to do? It's centered as if it were a cube right now. We need it to not be that. We need it to be centered on the face. That definitely did not help. I'm not making it any better. Yeah, that makes it tinier. It makes it bigger. Hmm. Are there any other coordinate? World coordinate three-way. Oh, that's cool. You can have a three-way in materials? It's been my dream to have a three-way. Hmm. I can kind of force it down a bit by tricking it like this. Which I guess will do. I can always have the artist who's working with me try to find a solution to it. My focus should... I think this is good enough. I'll just leave this here for him and tell him, hey, this is what I had working. Replace it with something, and we'll just work on the actual functionality of moving between these panels. That's my plan, at least. Technically, it does work as an overlay material. So I think even instead of just using a separate mesh, I could just use the overlay. I'll double check though. Gallery. It's imperfect, but it could work. Definitely imperfect though. But then I won't have to fuck around with the math at all. Let's see here. Make a new blueprint. BP gallery section. A new static mesh in. And for the sake of trial, start with that mesh. What did he scale it down to? Didn't? No, he definitely did. Kind of weird. Is the size different there? Who knows? Who knows? I mean, even then it looks a bit squished. Or maybe I'm just crazy, I don't know. That's so weird, even the transforms are off. I'm so confused by that. But 0.4 looks right. Yeah, 0.4 is definitely the right scale for that. Okay, that solves that. Point 4. I need to give this an index. I'll do a selected and unselected function. I could make these BPI functions too, but it doesn't really matter. I don't think I need the gallery to control the logic of these at all. I can have these separate. Though, to be fair, having the gallery control it might be the better way. Which case? Which case? Rebuild this real quick. It doesn't have to be perfect, I just need it to work. Snap this to 100. There is some overlap. A little bit of overlap is fine. I think that is. However, these are not the same front and back. Yeah, they're the wrong. Let me rotate that. That's fine. Okay. That pulled down pretty well. And for the time being, we'll just place it kind of as close to this as we... That is more than okay. That'll work. Oh, shit, I forgot the what the setup was. Okay, bottom left is the hexagon, and then the pause in the middle. We might change them around, but I want it like it is for now. Okay. We have it how it was. I accept. Where is the gallery? Shooting gallery. So currently this is handling the spawns. And the gallery finishing. Let me think here. We'll have to have this listen to device switching if we're actually at this table. Or if the gallery's started. So I don't know if that fires. It does. Okay, so we could use that Boolean. Let's do it this way. Event begin play. We'll create a section ref map. Do we need a map necessarily? We just need the references to it. For each, or get all actors. Gallery section. We'll channel all the input actions through this. I think that'd be the easiest. Current section index. I mean, we could keep also like the current section reference too, which in that case we wouldn't really need the section index. I don't really want to grab that each time. It's such a small game that this doesn't really matter. To throw it in global variables. But we only want to unselect the old one if the new one can be selected, so we first need to determine that. When the player changes input, we will need to set the current section, so work computer. How you doing? For each loop. Okay, we'll do that. Select initial section. We will need to go through each of these and find the one with index equals 0, but we can just do a for each with break. No big deal. And then run selected. And then make sure to set current section ref and current section index. Equal to 0, perfect. Okay, let me... Take care, Kenji. See you tomorrow. I might be off Friday. I don't know yet, but my wife was talking that we might need to go to Krakow on Friday and file some government papers, which could take 2 hours. It could take 4. I don't know how busy they'll be. It would be a Friday, so better just to take the whole day off. But I'll let you guys know tomorrow what the plan is for that. Important papers. So I will have to do it. We shall see. Sounds like fun, yeah, it's certainly one of those things. It'll be good, because it'll give me authority to stay here and get a residence permit. It'll be a good thing. Is keyboard true? Clear section selection. Otherwise... select initial. We probably only want to run that, however, if gallery is started. I'm going to... At the end of this, clear the section selection anyway. Better safe than sorry. And when we start the gallery, we have a delay. This is the countdown. So here what I can do is switch on device. Hey, C-Spawn. A lot of people here. Oh shit, there are 30 people. 30 people? I hope you guys have me where you want me. On your second monitor, muted, minimized. You're a meat popsicle? Now I'm thinking about meat popsicles. That's gross. Who licks meat? Your mom. Alright, let's make the index instance editable. And unselected, let me grab the static mesh. Overlay material. What did I name the overlay? There it is. Yeah, we don't have the navigate section set up yet. So we'll just, I'll do the gallery, we'll just see if it sets the overlay material correctly or not. It's a quote from Fifth Element. Holy shit, I haven't seen that in a long time. It's been a long time since I watched a movie. My wife is not really a big fan of movies. So it's hard to get her to watch things. I mean, can I just set the overlay material to null? To clear it, I assume. And nothing happened. Minecraft is the most iconic music right behind Mario. I was seeing something on Twitter about people comparing Minecraft soundtracks. Now I'm in Team Alpha personally. 100% Team Alpha. The new Minecraft music just doesn't feel Minecraft to me. Huh. It's clearly not working. Oh, I don't see any errors. Ignore those will be fixed. Did I not hook it up? Eventually. Find events, switch device, is gallery started? Select initial section. Yep, that would be the reason. I never set up the gallery sections. Okay, that's a start. I'm curious though why. I should have done that automatically. Yeah, because I wanted to do it specifically before the 5-second delay. And that's while it's doing the countdown. So the moment it triggers the countdown, it should be running this. Unless I didn't hit it fast enough. Oh, you know what's happening? You're not really meant to trigger the gallery so fast. And I do that 2-second delay, in which case it hasn't set up the gallery sections yet. So that would be the reason. I don't remember why I put this here though. It's okay, it's fixable. Doesn't matter if it runs twice, just set in an array. Okay, let's assume that works. We'll set up the navigation. Get data table row names. And what we want to grab is the current section index. Get data table row for it. We break this and we're going to do a select on the direction that was picked. So we have hard coded this to an extent, but that's okay. We're not planning to change it. It was easier to do this way. For the old section ref, I need to tell it to unselect. Do an emergency return, worst case. And then we can set the new section index. The ref we will have to grab. So I can do a for each loop with break through the sections. And compare its index equal to the current section index. If true, set that for me and then set selected on it. And as far as I know, that's all we have to do. Unless, hold on, unless. One thing. If the selected index is equal to -1, let me do a not equal. Almost forgot about that. Because if it's equal to -1, that means we shouldn't do anything. So before we even run the unselected, do that check first. And if it is equal to -1, do a return on that. Then since we want this to be a break early if we find. Now I think that'll work, but we need to implement the navigation. So let's grab our input, actions. Let's throw it in here for right now. IA, gallery, nav, up. Down. Left. Right. Okay, don't open up multiple of those at the same time. Lesson learned. IMC gallery, and we'll add these mappings. Up, down, left and right. D-pad. Oops. Okay. Shooting gallery. I assume input is enabled here. Oh, I don't think it is. So we can do that. Should comment these. Not the best practices here. And we can disable input when the player finishes. Okay, IA gallery nav up. Down. Left and right. I think I can put this untriggered. It should be okay. No, triggered runs. You know what? Let's test it. I should probably just do it on started though. I'm not going to test it. I'll just put it on started. If it doesn't work correctly, I'll change it. So interesting fact, the composer for this song somehow managed to find himself working on a Gunnar gacha game. And I want to play the game just to hear his music. And the girls have big boobas, which is not my particular thing, but it is for some people. If you want me to drop the deets in chat, just let me know. You get good soundtrack, big booba, vampire mommies. Can't say no to that, right? Research. I was literally, I don't know how did I find it out? Somehow I learned that Yasunori Nishiki, the composer for Octopath Traveler, worked recently on a Gunnar game, so I installed it on my phone just to listen to his music. And it's really good. I think it's called Silver and Blood. Is that what it's called? Silver and Blood. Yeah. You get big titty vampire mommy GFs. To be fair, actually, I do like the art style. And like the outfits. They're pretty like gothic, kind of reminds me of Castlevania in some way. Pretty good. Ooh, look at that. Jesus, that actually just works. Now the player will just be required to like just press X, right, or you know, A on their gamepad to select the right location. So, I mean, I assume that it'll work. Access none trying to read. Current section. Oh, that's because it's not valid initially. Easy fix. How many lurkers are silently installing Silver and Blood on their phone right now? I think actually I have a pretty high amount of female audience. I'm quite surprised by that. It's not getting that initial one. I wonder if it's because of... At least that's working. When I get targeted adverts for on YouTube Shorts. Oh, really? You guys want to hear some of the soundtrack? It's probably give me a copyright. But who cares? Silver and Blood OST. There's not many songs for it, but I think that... Oh, this is like the prelude. Jesus Christ, dude. Look at her bazonkers. It's actually just a good soundtrack. It's actually really fucking great. And I think this is the song that plays when you're doing gacha pulls, which is pretty wild. If I had all the money in the world, I would ask Yasunori Nishiki to do music for a game. I hope I get that chance in the future before I retire. Oh, they're so good. That's weird, it worked there. Which device? Weird that it didn't trigger. I bet it's... Let me place this coin higher up because it's getting kind of wacky with the pop-up. Okay, that is working. Let me do 2 coins. And we'll just try... It's pretty nice though. So once we get this coin, it'll give us the chance to try and win the second one. We can see if it works then too. And it looks fine. I don't see any issues. Though I know one thing that might be broken. Yeah, because the gallery isn't started, so it isn't running Switch device yet. Okay, let me pee and I'll think about that. We can work around it. We can work around it. It's just a timing thing. What up, guys? Got a popcorn kernel stuck in my teeth. Oh, I got it. Fuck yeah.
Uh-oh, retard alert! Retard alert, class!
What, for the popcorn kernel? What am I supposed to do? Take the kernels out first? Dekernel my popcorn? Is that what you want? That'd be hilarious if they sold that. Dekerneled popcorn. Wait, what? How to roast fresh dekerneled corn on stovetop? Oh, it's on TikTok. Yeah, that's why they're stupid. I wondered why it didn't make sense, and then I saw it was on TikTok. It's like medium rare chicken nuggets. Okay, technically the gallery isn't started. I think maybe instead of checking that, what I'll do is just check if the player is at the gallery itself. Hey Casper, how you doing, man? This will be the better check. By the way, guys, you want to see a trick? New to 5.6. If you right click on a boolean, you can convert it to a branch version. Oh, that's super secret. That's just for you guys. I won't tell anybody on YouTube about this. It is nice though. You're tired, but okay. Oh, is there any other way to exist as a game dev? It's gonna be kind of hard to play this on gamepad though. Maybe not. I'll implement the collection logic. That should be a cinch. I mainly just need to put in well, actually, this might be a little bit annoying. You have christening next week, and so I need to prepare. Oh. What does that mean? That's like some Catholic thing, right? Oh, it's not yours? Okay. It's like for a kid. I think we called it... we did have that in Lutheranism. Oh, it's the baptism specifically. Okay, that's different then. I know there's like First Communion. And I think Catholics have that as well as Protestants. You have First Communion too? I know that was pretty big in Lutheranism. I was only excited for it because I got gifts and I could start drinking wine. I mean, it was like really watered down wine, right? But when you're a kid, it's all fancy. You get to be an adult. What was I doing? Okay, so I need to, in the sections, run the sphere or the box checker behind it. And if it hits anything when we do the check, we need to grab an array of those actors, and then for each, run the collection. I'm imagining though that I do wait, how am I currently checking? Oh, because the interacts on the spline items are different than the interacts on the regular ones. If I remember correctly. Spline actor. Yeah, these are different. Custom collection code. And then I wrote custom code in... I see. So we could just run interact on those then. And it should work the same way. You have christening, baptism, then First Communion, and last one is confirmation. Oh, that's the one I was forgetting, was confirmation. But you're atheist, you don't really care, fair enough. I'm gonna just put a box behind each of these. Oh, Cusper, I think there was something I might need your help with in Dozer, if you're up for it. It's a Steam Input API. I'd love to get that implemented, but I don't know how. And probably some of the other Steam stuff too. Achievements. I don't know. I'll do a little bit more research on it too, because it might be something that I can implement, but I have no clue. I think the input API might be a little bit more complex than some of the other stuff. I hope to God it does not require me to redo the inputs again. I will kill myself if I have to do that again. It'll happen. I will do it. In Minecraft. Technically, you can kill yourself in Cauldron Chronicles. If you press the end key while playing Cauldron Chronicles, it will kill you, I think. Every stream I have to load up Cauldron Chronicles for some reason. I can never forget about it. Yeah, if you press the end key, you kill yourself. Beautiful. What is Steam Input API? So it's a way for Steam to convert. This is my interpretation. I could be a little bit wrong. To convert direct input and other input devices over to X input, so they work natively with default game engine input supports methods. So that way you can like plug in a PS5 controller which uses direct input and run the game through Steam, and it will automatically convert, and you can do custom controller mappings through Steam to the game. I think. It's not the end of the world if we can't get it working, but it would be nice if we could. We might even need to do it for Steam Deck support. I don't know for sure. Now that I think about it though, I probably did fuck up doing my inputs. God, I hate inputs. Oh my god, I hate gamepad. I never want to do this again. SME Discord DM? Okay, I'll do it. Steam input. Not very long. Oh no, it's broken up into sections. I mean, from what I know about working with the Steam API, it is very much like plug and play, so hopefully it's easier to implement than I imagine it is. Get overlapping actors, filter for gallery, spline actor. 4 each. I think we can just run the interact message, and that's literally it. We'll need another input. By a gallery collection. Set this to face button bottom. We'll put this on started too. So we should have a reference to the current section, and we can just run collect items. Technically, it will definitely be easier in some ways with controller. It is working. That was a lot easier than clicking on it with your mouse. But who cares? I mean, it's a casual game anyway, so who the fuck cares? Okay, we just need to set up the input then for like play again, you know, back to Dozer, whatever. But then everything should be okay. Kind of just spam it like this. Well, like I said, I don't really care. It's fine with me. Oh. Do validity. Any shiitake mushrooms in the game? There are no shiitake mushrooms in the game, unfortunately. This is not Assassin's Creed Shadows. Unfortunately, in this game, resentment cannot grow. What the fuck was it? Resentment can grow quietly without much warning after a storm. What a dumb game. Okay, well I think that's working. So I will need to modify the gallery pop-up. Gallery finish. This thankfully is only one button. And we just change the text based on whether or not you have an additional thing or not. So we should just be able to give this nav focus and then return it back to the Dozer when the player is done. Oh, we removed from parent completely, so it maybe just returns that back to game, but we can always just set input game only if we want. And if Easter egg for every Microraptor game. I agree. I'm in. Had me at Easter egg. There's a chicken. In every game, there's a way to pull up Cauldron Chronicles. Be back to game. Where was the text? There it is. Okay, generic. Back to Dozer. I don't know if when it pops up it'll automatically give focus, but I know I can give focus. Where do we make it? Here. Set input mode. Game and UI. Get the politically correct. C. Focus widget. Should automatically grab the first one. No, it won't. Because this needs to be reparented. Do nav widget. Having persistent Easter eggs would be really cool though. Definitely would. That might give put properly. We need to give it back to the shooting game. I could just unfocus widgets as a whole. Only on completion though. Let me try that. If you're wondering, I am 100% spamming right now. Okay, that did work. What I could probably do... let me think here. Do I even need to override the switch device? Do I need anything to show up when the player switches device? I can think of. Let me let it finish. Okay, our focus is on this. Move this, we've... Okay, I think it's fine. I'm trying to break it, but I don't seem to be able to right now. Oh. I cannot click this button. Did I press something that did that? Yes. Yes, I did. I pressed the gem collection button, which again shouldn't be available right now. I don't know why I've been registering that. Oh, that's weird. Yeah, my focus is just poofed when that happens. Because I'm running it either way. Yeah, this is the dumb thing to do. Well, that's weird because it shouldn't be triggering. It is. Wait, why? We should not have that. It might be the pop-up. It might be the starter pop-up that's doing that. Get the player controller. Advanced input player subsystem. As mapping context. Yeah, it's weird. I should remove that. Remove menus. Remove menus. That's set to false. Hmm. Huh. A 100% remove. Is it just, is it possible it's getting edited incorrectly somewhere? Somewhere one of these is getting triggered. Yeah, but it was getting added and we weren't even. We didn't even click through the startup pop-up, so I don't think it's any of these getting hit. Gold menu, gem collection, I mean. Just. I am checking the right one, right? Not gallery. Oh, I was checking gallery. That's why I was confused. Dozer. Yeah, I think it's just because of the startup pop-up. Being a bitch. Which I could kind of fix. Grab section. Do a quick, not switch camera, please. Do a switch on that. If we're at Dozer, add those. Otherwise, that should fix that issue. Yeah, now those aren't hitting. Okay. Oh, something else broke it. I don't know what broke it. Oh, I did it again. You guys can't really see it happening, but I'm just kind of pressing buttons to see if I can break it. Oh, I don't know how. Oh, it's really fucking weird. Is it because of the D-pad? If the player opens up the main menu at the gallery, we need to remove the gallery mapping context and then re-add it. I'm just handling menus so poorly, in all honesty. I mean, I could always give the... If you could do negative priority for inputs, then I guess I could do a negative priority for the mapping context for the gallery. So I think it's overlapping. So sometimes it eats the inputs and sometimes it doesn't. Definitely doesn't seem to be causing a problem anymore. Seems okay. I got a lot of Chungus coins. Jesus. One thing I think I forgot to implement was the scrolling for the ATM pop-up. I think I forgot about that. I don't think it has scrolling on most screens, but it's very possible that if you make the screen smaller, it will get fucked up. And if it isn't a scrolling box, it probably should be, just to be safe. Because if it can't scroll, it's not going to show up anyway. I mean, maybe it's okay, though. I worry how this might appear on smaller screens, primarily the Steam Deck, if we go for support for it. I don't really know how big the Steam Deck screen is. But I like mac and cheese. Yes. Fuck yes. But I didn't do anything good today. What did I do to deserve this? In fact, I just spent all of our savings on Genshin Impact. That's okay, right? You're okay with me doing that? All $10 that we have? She's okay with it. I would think then that the only thing we don't have working with gamepad is maybe the main menu. But the main menu needs to be redone as a whole. Yeah, we don't have that working yet. I can fix that. I'm interacting with the ATM right now. Oh, that would be a really cool Easter egg. You put the right PIN number on the ATM in the main menu. Like unlock something. It would be kind of hard to implement for gamepad though, because like you'd be able to see that you have interaction with it. So maybe not. Huh? Oh, it must be auto giving nav to. What's it? Print out the pics I sent you, the nude pics. We can frame them on the wall. Nice. This will be credits. I think I actually made a string for credits, didn't I? Main menu credits. This one doesn't show up. This is the old one. I was using that for testing, but I think it's okay. So I can just delete start game. Do a refresh. How do you want me to print the pictures though? What did you actually send? Oh, I need the pic. I can, I can scan those, right? Like instead of printing those out, if you bring the, well, I could bring it too. Tomorrow I can print out I can scan it and do copies. Would that be better? It would be better. Otherwise they look weird. That's fine, right? Because if we go to the government office on Friday, then I won't print them out today. Tomorrow I'll bring in the paper, I'll scan it, I'll get copies, and we'll use those instead of just picture prints. Oh my god, I want to play Witcher 3 again. The exit game. Okay, so what I could do, because this is going to pull focus, but I kind of want it to stay up there. I might, in this instance of the Dozer, delete the ATM. They're not gonna like me doing that. Can I just put something else in there temporarily? It's not gonna cause any errors, right? I hope not. I'll place it on a separate ATM. I should be able to change the widget that's being shown here. WBP ATM duplicate facade. Problem is that this is not this is receiving the nav, so I need to do a facade minigame guess. This is part of the vertical. No, it's part of the horizontal. Oh no, it is part of the vertical. Wait, what? Okay, put it there. Delete. What was referencing that? Probably this setup, right? I'm not against letting it generate. We just need to not have it be navigable. This doesn't really matter. Plug it in. Set this to use ATM facade. And then we're going to reparent this just to user widget. It might complain though. Yeah. The good thing is the navigation is working just fine on these. Somewhat. If I reparent them to buttons, they'll still kind of show up, so what I could do is just... Is there a way that the player could get focus on that? Okay, well we can't have that. At the very least, they need to not be working buttons. Yeah, I might just replace it with an image. I could disable them, but it might... If there's any way that you could get... You could click on them, it would cause that crash. So better yet, just make them... Just make the whole thing a facade as we kind of wanted to. I don't know what the size was. I think it was 64, yeah. Oh, I was rotating the size box, right? So I can just replace it in the size box. Why can't I duplicate that? Perfect. Perfect, perfect. For the sake of it, we can just delete this. Obviously, this is going to break a lot. That's okay. Does not need to be functional. Ignore that. No events, please. Now, this is still clickable. But I think we do check if the player's not on the main menu for that. Is true. I mean, this shouldn't even need to be run. We just delete this. Delete that. Delete that. Don't need. None of this should trigger anyway since we removed all the events. Same with these. It's not generating the names, although I kind of wish it was. Why is that not running? They're still hooked up. Oh, probably because the player doesn't have the credit card key, but we can just skip that. There we go. Now it at least looks nice, and these aren't buttons, so they can't be clicked at all. That one can be, but it won't do anything. I don't really care too much. Sorry about that. We'll make all these buttons look better. Again, like after we get the functionality working, we'll get this all working better. But definitely tomorrow we'll need to come in and... The options menu is not working. Start and exit should work just fine. You know, it's just quitting and loading up a menu, or loading up a level. That's not working. Not giving me focus on that. Works just fine after that though. Where are those coins? Oh, there. Do we store the last? We store the last input in the game instance. So resetting the level, we just need to run. We'll need to run our switch device on level startup, dependent on what the last thing the player pressed was. But we're gonna worry about like reset game tomorrow. We're gonna worry about main menu, since there clearly are some issues with the getting this working just fine. Our options menu. Adding blackjack. How you doing, Ascari? Yeah, I might get off kind of soon here. Not the least which because I've been promised mac and cheese for dinner, so what are you gonna do? This just doesn't function at all in the main menu. It's very weird. Bindings shouldn't be a problem. Are we not giving it focus or something? Or... Actually, do we even use the regular pawn in the main menu? We might not. What we do? So maybe I could just funnel it through the pawn. Which is kind of silly to be honest, but I already have the code there, so what are you gonna do? Oh, that's weird. Like, we do have it, but we can't... navigate through the menu, which is probably because we didn't add the contexts for it. Forget about it. Add main. Did I put it in this or something? No. Should be part of the escape menu IMC. That IMC should be added when you open it up. Is valid, true, set visibility, add escape menu context. Is it possible that we have input on UI only? Yes, this is possible. No, it is not happening. Okay. Something is clearly messing up with it. It won't even scroll or anything either. And I don't think the on navigate is even getting hit. What is? Oh, because it's opening up the options, literally the options menu, but I think it thinks we're on the game info tab. Popping in before as I should have gone 7 hours ago. Okay. Now I'm getting pretty tired and hungry anyway, so I'm gonna head out and like we're gonna finish up the main menu tomorrow to whatever extent. And we'll do some testing on gamepad because I don't know, I feel like it's really done poorly, but I don't know. I've learned a lot about gamepad support for sure. What I can tell you is that it sucks ass. Not in a good way. I hate it. I kind of want to put a shotgun in my mouth after working with it, and not a fan. Not a fan. That's what I can say about gamepad support. I'm sure I'm doing it wrong though, and there's probably like a Minecraft shotgun. I don't know. It probably just requires a completely different way of thinking about UI than personally I have been. Working with mouse and keyboard. Mouse and keyboard is easy. If you can see it, you can click on it. If you don't want to be able to see it or to click on it, you just disable it or whatever, or hide it. Collapse it, put up something in front of it to prevent the hits from going through. It's so easy. It's so easy to make UI in Unreal for mouse and keyboard. Not for gamepad. Totally different. You're constantly thinking about what has focus. I don't know. I've gained a lot of new respect for people who do Unreal gamepad coding. You see it as a challenge even though it's kind of dumb. I mean, It's like Consort Radahn in the Elden Ring DLC. I have to do it to beat the game, and in my case, I have to do it to finish my. That doesn't mean that I'm gonna be happy doing it. And this was released Consort Radahn, right? That's the one that I had to beat. So if you guys have played Elden Ring's DLC, you know exactly what I mean when I say that. I don't know. My forte lies in other parts of Unreal, certainly not in UI program. Like I said, I can do mouse and keyboard. It's a cinch. It's no problem. I've been doing that for over 10 years. Gamepad support, though, this is my first time implementing gamepad support, so that's probably some of it. There's definitely ways that I would implement gamepad support from the start much differently. Think about it, so that's probably just what I need to. That's probably my hang up, right? It's my first time. How much CBT would be to add support for VR? Oh god. I don't even want to think about VR. One thing at a time. Like I said, if I can just get the gamepad actually working without being too buggy and annoying, I'll be happy with that. And for the most part, it is. I don't know. For some reason, I can't navigate through this right now. I don't know why. It's so weird, sometimes it just breaks. Well, it was navigating, it just wasn't showing it. I don't know, man. I'm tired. I'm tired of gamepad. The worst part is that if I get localization back and there's some panel that just will not work with a certain language, I will have to overhaul the panel. Though thankfully this shouldn't really affect navigation in any major way, it just might affect the design. Yeah, it's like sometimes it just bugs, like it doesn't show the right focus. I don't even know. I don't know why that wasn't working. Like, see, it's working right now. No problem. I don't know why it was broken before. Oh, now I can't open up the gem collection or gold. Now I can. That happens when I press resume. I'm not giving the... Oh. Huh? Close? The fuck do you mean close? It's open. What are you talking about? Wait, what? I didn't say you did it or anything. I don't know anything related to this, but my gut feeling is input timing. I don't even think that makes sense. How to spit it out though. It's all about the mapping context and like which context does the player have at a certain point. Right now, When I press start, it's giving the context back correctly. When I'm pressing resume on the escape menu, it is not giving the context correctly. It's also not removing the context correctly. I missed that. My bad. Oh. Oh, that's weird. Oh, because we just pulled it up over the top. That's why. Gem collection is different. Is that at the right way? Hold on, is that the right? Yeah, take care of Scurry, don't worry. I'll be on tomorrow. I'm losing steam anyway right now. I just don't like leaving a bug hanging, but this one is nobody's fault but my own. When is it ever? Oh, we switched the visibility first. Is visible false? But don't we remove those? No, we didn't. I need to... God, I hate this. I just really fucked this whole thing up. You know what my mistake was building this game during the game jam and not remaking it from scratch. Oh, I should have done that. That would have been the right play. Because I put so much dirty code in the Game Jam version. And then my thinking was, oh, we'll just quickly finish it up, throw it up on Steam. Well, I don't know, another lesson learned, I suppose. I did it dumb. Okay, that's working. Yeah, that was just my bad. Oh, this isn't working now. Oh, wonderful. Oh, it is. No. It's kind of weird. It's like it won't show delete stuck coins. That's weird. Okay, we'll worry about it tomorrow. We'll do plenty of testing to make sure all the inputs work the way they should. It's gonna take probably longer than I anticipated, but it is what it is. It's gotta feel good. Gotta feel good. And if we plan to do full Steam Deck support, there is literally no excuse because, well, Steam Deck there is no excuse. But Steam Deck, you do have the virtual cursor that could fix that. But imagine on a console that you didn't. It's got to be pretty tight and robust, so it is not that at the moment. But if we can get it tight and robust, and we like it tight and we like bust, then, and robust is like robot bust, then we can, I think, be pretty happy with how it's functioning, and then start to finalize the look and feel of the widgets. There's a couple more that I'd like to add to, but they're not functional. They're more like if you collect a gem or something, like a little pop-up or something, animation. Same with the poker chips. So those, thankfully, we can add. They shouldn't need too much text, if any at all. I don't imagine those will be a problem. Either way, guys, I'm going to go for tonight. Thank you for watching. I really appreciate it. Thank you for all the people who have been watching me build the game. And I will see you tomorrow for more Coin Dozer, where we will continue with gamepad support. So guys, take care, peace, cheers, have a wonderful rest of your night. Bye bye guys.